season today, enthused by the saffron surge, are trading very comfortably in the green. So if it's saffron on ground, it's green on your trading screens. Let's bring up the markets for you, and you can just see how the Nifty is trying to breach 10,900 as we speak. We're also seeing the Sensex hit a double century as far as some of the movers and shakers in today's trading session goes. Tata Steel, Bajaj Finance, Power Grid, Kotak, Titan, Asian Paints, Hindalco, all trading very comfortably in the green at the moment. Well, those are some of the stocks and the movers and shakers in trade today, but we're also in the mid looping. There's a weakness in the US business that may spoil the pharmaceutical company's fourth quarter report card. The drug maker's India business exhibits strength. The street watching out for an update on the US regulator's letter for the Goa and Indore manufacturing facilities.
LOU fraud could cloud PNB's fourth quarter report card. In the meantime, higher provisions and slippages coupled with five-fold spike in operating costs may cause severe pain. The state-owned lender is likely to swing to losses even as it has the permission to spread fraud impact over 4 quarters.
Fortis Healthcare in focus. The saga of its sale far from over. TPG and Manipal make a new offer for Fortis, offer 180 rupees a share. That's the highest offer so far, and this proposal fuels expectations of an open offer, which is good news for the minority shareholders.
While all eyes have been on the Karnataka election outcome today, let's keep it with the markets. Nifty is off the day's high, but very smartly above the 10,850 mark, higher by about almost 50 points in today's trading session. It's only the mid-cap index, if I may point that out, which is reeling a bit under pressure for the second day on the trot. Small cap Sensex Nifty firmly in the green, and if we talk about individual sectors and indices, it's really the metals pack that is shining away to glory in today's trading session, followed by banking and financial space. There's also IT pack, which is rallying away, and of course commodities on back of the rally that we're seeing in the metal space. Talking about some key gainers in today's trading session, well, we are seeing a very smart rally come by in Tata Steel. The numbers are expected tomorrow, but not a very good set of numbers, at least as per the ET Now poll, which are expected revenues to be a tad muted, margins to be under pressure as well. So Tata Steel is one stock which is still rallying away quite smartly despite the weakness that is expected in the Q4 report card. Then there's Bajaj Finance, which is holding out very smartly in today's trading session, higher by more than 2.5%. There's Power Grid. There's also Kotak Bank, Asian Paints, Titan and HPCL among the top Nifty gainers in today's trading session. Nayantara turning out to be a very good session today.
Yeah, but you're seeing a lot more action on the frontline indices as opposed to the broader markets. But we'll get to all of that in just a bit. Let's discuss a little more about the main trigger for the markets. Like I said, saffron on ground, green on your trading screens. Chandra Srikanth from Bengaluru joining us. Hi, Chandra. The expectation was that it would be a fractured verdict, that JDS was going to play kingmaker, but it hasn't followed that script. It's a clear victory for Narendra Modi and Amit Shah.
That's right. You can see the atmosphere here, Nayantara. You know, it's just deafening. And this is what it's been for the last 2 hours. We have been at the BJP, outside the BJP headquarters in Bengaluru since morning. Jubilation have broken out, celebrations have broken out ever since it became clear that BJP will be able to form a government on its own with a simple majority. Of course, we are still awaiting the final tally, but based on the trends so far, that's what it seems to indicate. In fact, we got Sadananda Gowda in the morning, and he seemed very confident that BJP would cross 120 seats on its own, and it would not need any help from the JDS. So we still have to see what the final numbers are going to be, but obviously You can see the celebrations here. You know, there's been chants of Modi, Modi. There have been cutouts of PM Modi, Amit Shah, as well as Yediyurappa, who, remember, is the face of Karnataka for the Chief Minister's post. So it's been a very festive mood here outside the BJP headquarters in Bengaluru.
That mood check, Chandra, and clearly they are rejoicing the BJP's saffron wave which has taken over the state today. And Ajay is also standing by to give us a sense of what the street is making of it. Clearly looking at the markets, we know that the Modi and Amit Shah juggernaut has worked very well, not only for BJP but for the markets as well. But what is the sense that you're getting from the market and several experts that you've been catching up with?
Well, you know, in the last 5 minutes, I was just looking at the screen, and what has happened is the reason why the markets have, look at the Nifty intraday, and around 75 points gone from the highest point of the session. Also pull up the Bank Nifty intraday, you would see there's a sharp crack from the high, and that is because the latest reading now is coming at BJP's position has come to 108 versus 115, which we had seen earlier, and that is the reason that market is also coming down. See, 115, 120 kind of reading for BJP would lead to a euphoric kind of a market, because that was not priced in, and hence the market had rallied to almost 1.1%, over 1% intraday. But if it lands around 105 or anything closer to 100, that is the kind of number which the street is already pricing in, because the need to ally with JDS will actually arise, and that is the reason market is, some sort of a caution has set in into the market once again. And remember, today's green tick is a 6th green tick in a row. So markets have already been gaining very sharply last 6 days in hopes of BJP leadership. So last 1 hour will be crucial for the market. What is the exact reading going to look like, whether GDS comes up, where does the final reading of BJP lands. Anything above 110 is a welcome figure, 115 good number, because the need for JDS will go down. But anything around 105, 100 would be slightly bothersome for the bulls, and that is the reason market has come, come off the day's high in the last 15-20 minutes.
Right, that's what the markets of the day's highs. In fact, if you look at the mid-cap index, it has entered the red zone, albeit marginally. So it is clearly a developing story. If the JDS has any role to play at all, it's going to be a thumbs down from the market's perspective. In fact, we spoke with a whole host of market veterans and what they make of this verdict, whether they expect the Narendra Modi government to also turn populist ahead of the general elections. Is this a semi-final, and indications of things to come in the remaining 3 assembly polls? Listen in.
As long-term investors, we clearly do not attach too much importance to outcome of state elections. But I clearly believe that in the very short term, on a day-on-day basis, it does impact sentiment, it does impact the short-term outlook. The next 12 months are going to be really loaded months in terms of elections. And clearly the outcome of this state election would have been an indicator of things to come for elections to some of the states in December, as well as to the big general election in May 2019. For a long-term investor, there's no way that he can be out of the market. You could keep tweaking your allocations bit here and there, trying to take, they're trying to make the most of any short-term opportunities. But otherwise, clearly, the long-term India growth story is very, very much intact. This is a market where somebody really says, okay, where is basically the runway of growth for the next maybe 5 or 10 years? And accordingly, he should be in those kind of sectors and those kind of businesses and see and spot those kind of companies which will really be at the forefront.
Election was just one of the events, which was there affecting the market. Now, looking at the verdict, what it is coming out in these Karnataka elections, I think you will have much better clarity in terms of how the next general elections would be. And in that scenario, I think as a money manager, even as investors, I think one would be able to take a slightly more positive view going forward. Overall, liquidity still remains fairly, while last month saw a bit tad lower inflows, but still they are fairly healthy at around $2 billion on a monthly basis. I think all these factors are leading to the strength in the market. Being contrarian did not necessarily play out, I think, this kind of a market, what we've seen. I think it's clearly where there is earnings visibility and growth is where the market is chasing, because while we've got liquidity, it's not as
Of course, Ajay was with us a few minutes ago and he highlighted the fact that the BJP seat number has come down to 108. Let's go across to Vivek to find out which are these specific stocks or specific sectors which have reacted the most and have, are actually hogging the limelight at this point of time.
Well, Karanya, if you're looking at the markets, actually at this point of time, what has actually happened is we've seen a very good and strong profit booking coming in. The main reason of that, as I pointed out a few minutes ago, the actual count of BJP has actually fallen a little bit as we go into the more granular details of the exact counting of votes. On the back of that, Nifty at one point of time was trading comfortably over the 10,900 mark, now at close to the lowest point of the day. And if we're talking about the mid-cap index, the mid-cap index has actually turned negative, and even the Nifty Bank index has seen some good profit booking coming in. However, if you're talking about the exact, the entire breadth of the market continues to remain quite positive. In fact, if you're looking at the Nifty 50 gainers, have a look at these stocks. Most of them are the commodity names, most of them are the metal names. Have a look at Tata Steel, have a look at Hindalco, and on the, if you're talking about some of the other names that are shining, Power Grid on the back of the MSCI inclusion, Bajaj Finance numbers expected today. Street is anticipating a significantly strong quarter as far as Bajaj Finserv is concerned. On the other hand, if you're talking about the losers, Indiabulls Housing Finance, again under a little bit of pressure. Tata Motors, Sun Pharma continues to ail, and this is something despite the fact that a lot of brokerages have said that the worst is over for the company. Market's clearly not buying that particular argument. In terms of the Nifty contribution, of course, we're talking about some of the heavyweights that are actually aiding the market move at this point of time. TCS up almost 12.5 points. HUL again, very good mover yesterday and today to supporting the index. On the other hand, ITC ahead of its earnings tomorrow, dragging the market much lower in trade. Advances and declines. Morning, we were extremely strong. Advances were significantly ahead of the declines, but ever since they are getting the granular details, the declines are catching up as well at this point of time. Some of the important and individual stocks to mark at this point of time. Have a look at some of these names. BML at one point of time was up 10%. The main reason was that market was anticipating that the divestment that was put on hold 1 year ago would actually come into effect as soon as the new government took over. BF Utilities, the company has been embroiled in a court case for a very long period of time, and one of the Nandi Infra directors also is an ex-BJP MLA. Also KIOCL, which is the Karnataka Iron Ore mining company, seeing significant uptick in trade today. On the other hand, ahead of results tomorrow, ahead of global commodity rise, we're looking at the metal stocks. Have a look at JSW Steel, SAIL and Tata Steel. Tata Steel at this point of time, the top Nifty gainer and significantly pulling the markets higher. Some of the stocks, on the other hand, which are quite weak and clearly, not participating in the market rally. ACC down for the 10th straight session. MSCI too has pulled out this particular name from its index. Tata Global Beverages down almost 10 to 15% post weak results, and PC Jewelers, the seesaw over here continues, and the stock actually down another 4.5% in trade today.
Well, those are all the movers and shakers in today's trading session. Also, watch out for HUL getting a thumbs up from the street after its earnings yesterday. But Tata Steel, the star performer right now, ahead of the quarterly numbers that are going to be announced. Thanks, Vivek, as always, for joining us with that. Let's now check in with the management of KEC International. I'll ask my producer to show you the intraday chart of KEC. The earnings have certainly come out well. Look at the sales. It's up almost 29%. Profit after tax is up 35% year on year. EBITDA margins, that's coming at 10.1%, down from the 10.6% recorded last year. So why is it that KEC International is getting a thumbs down from the markets? Stock price is down 5%. Rajiv Agarwal, the CFO, joining us here. Hi, Mr. Agarwal. Always a pleasure chatting with you. If I look at your numbers, the sales figure has gone up. The bottom line has gone up. Why do you think you're being punished by the markets? Could it be because of for the small contraction that you've seen in the margins?
No. Margins have been 10.1%, and if you look at the margins that we have achieved last year the margin was 9.3%. So from 9.3% we have improved the margins to about 10% this year. So our margins have gone up by 70 basis points for the year as a whole. For the quarter Q4, the margins are a little down compared to 10.4% that we did in Q4 last year versus 10.1% that we have achieved this year. Main reason is that our revenue growth in railways is significant, and railway business is still catching up on the margin front with the T&D margin, and that is only one of the reason that margins are slightly lower compared to the last year, but overall the margins have improved by 70 basis points.
Okay, so that's as far as the margin stories goes. You talked about the railways, but I want to now get you on the future of the order pipeline. What is it looking like? Right now, strong order inflows in Q4, 17,200 crores. But talk to your shareholders, talk to the viewers of ET now. What can they expect in the new year? What's in the works at the moment?
So next year we are expecting a top line growth of about 15% and margins are close to about 10%.
Okay, let's also talk a bit about the sales growth target that you have for FY19. You're fairly confident target that you've set for 15 to 20% growth. Do you see this target getting revised upwards given the kind of strong order inflows that are likely to be in the pipeline?
So basically we have a strong order book, as you know that 17,300 crore is a closing order book that we had, and last year we had a good order intake, close to about 22% order intake at 15,000 crore. So on the basis of the good order book that we have in the beginning of the financial year, we are quite confident of achieving 15% revenue growth for this year. Another point that I would like to highlight is that last year we have booked some of the orders which are a long execution duration, and also some of the revenues will accrue in FY 2020 also. And due to that, we are giving a margin revenue growth guidance of about 15%.
Give us a sense of your presence in the international T&D market. That's where you continue to expand your presence. Tell us a bit about the revenue contribution and the growth that you're seeing from international markets and what you are targeting in the coming few years.
And the international front, the last year our order intake was not that great. In fact, we were facing some of the headwinds in some of the market that we have been operating, especially in MENA region and also in some of the African market. But in the SAARC region, we did very well, and we had a good order intake in the Indian market as well as in the SAARC region. So this year we would be focusing more on the international market to improve our order book in the international market.
Okay, so if I currently look at specifically, I'm coming back to your railway business because that's what you also outlined for us at first. The railway EPC backlog is at 3600 crore rupees. How much can this grow by? Because you talked about the outlook that you see for the sector at large.
See, our railway order book has increased by close to about 4,000 crore last year. So we had a good order intake from the railway business. Our order book as of now is close to about 5,000 crore with the latest order that we have announced yesterday. So our closing order book, present order book in railway business is about 5,000 crore. On the back of this order book, we expect our revenue to virtually double in the current financial year from about 850 crore revenue that we achieved last year to close to about 1,500, 1,600 crore in the coming year.
Mr. Agarwal, thank you very much for joining us. I can't take any more time before going across to Prakash Javadekar, the Union Minister for HRD. And the man who was in charge of the Karnataka campaign joins us right here on ET Now. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Javadekar, for being with us. It's a big day for you, a big, big victory for your party. You get back a foothold as far as South India is concerned. Many congratulations are pouring your way, but whose victory this really is? Is this the Prime Minister's victory, or is this also a symbol of the fact that Mr. Yediyurappa continues to be an extremely popular leader in the state of Karnataka?
This is victory of Karnataka people who love Modi ji because of his positive politics of good governance and progress, and of Amit Shah, who did very tactical organizational efforts to bring in new strategy to win election. And the same time, Yedurappa, who is known as Apta Mitra Raita Bandhu, and therefore it's victory of everybody and practically of millions of workers who worked relentlessly at booth level and contacted each house, contacted each voter, had dialogue with them. They did not just drop the pamphlet, they discussed with them, they convinced them, because there was tremendous money power against us and Congress was distributing money everywhere, but people voted for BJP, though we could not, because we don't believe in distributing money. We believe in ideas and we believe in good governance, and therefore that has won. That's why we are happy.
Talking about good governance, Mr. Javadekar, I think while you give a lot of credit to the Prime Minister and Amit Shah, I think many congratulations to you yourself. You were in charge of that state, so I think you should take some amount of that credit also. But I have to ask you this question, that while you've been attacking the Congress party now for many years on corruption charges, you also did embrace Mr. Yedurappa and the Reddy brothers. I mean, all of them were tainted. They had corruption allegations against them. And please don't tell me they've been acquitted by a court of law, because even the 2G verdict has been acquitted by the court of law. But we all know there was misdoing there and there was misgiving even in Karnataka. Is this then political compulsion? Should the voter make his peace with the fact that this is political compulsion? Come elections, political parties will set their inhibitions aside. And that is what you did with Yeddi and the Reddy brothers.
No, let us understand there are two differences. First is basically Yedurappa is a people's leader, mass leader, and is loved by all sections of society in Karnataka. That is one. Two, the Reddy brothers, when you say the two candidates which we gave ticket had no case against them. Had no case against them, and therefore they are not of that part of any coal related or mining related scam.
Okay, Mr. Javadekar, because we are talking while the markets are trading, and I think a lot of economic participants would want to know, the markets have given a huge thumbs up to this victory. What should be expected from this victory? Will this mean more reforms? Will this mean tougher economic decisions being taken? What will this mean for the reform drive? Because the fear in the minds of market participants and investors is that with elections in Karnataka now over, 3 assembly elections next, the general election, the government will be distracted with polls.
No, definitely the pace of reforms will continue under leadership of Modi ji, because we believe in reforms not for the sake of reforms, but reforms for the betterment of production, betterment of economy, betterment of people's lives. And therefore reforms will continue to gain importance, and we are changing the way we used to deal with everywhere. And therefore that is going to change, and the pace will be faster, not lesser.
Mr. Javadekar, given Karnataka's victory, and a very resounding one at that, you have emerged as the single largest party. I must ask you this question. What are the cues that you're going to drive from here as you go into Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh? Because there's a big difference there. Here you were against an incumbent. You were the challenger. Karnataka has always tossed between one party and the other. For 40 long years, the state has done that. This was no exception. But in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, you are the incumbent. You've been in office for 10 long years. I'm presuming there's a certain anti-incumbency you will have to battle against.
Madam, you have to see the results for last 4 years. Congress has lost each state which they were ruling, and BJP has won the states which have gone to polls, Gujarat or Goa. We are in government, and in Gujarat with 50% vote. It's not a small thing. For the 6th time election, we have won with 50% vote. It's an absolute majority, and that is what is BJP's strength. So we are retaining our states. So we'll retain Madhya Pradesh, we'll retain Chhattisgarh, we'll retain Rajasthan, and we'll win 2019.
Okay, a last question to you, and I think I'll let you gloat in some of that glory, because vote share, if anything to go by, you've got a lesser vote share than the Congress in Karnataka. That's what the Election Commission website is telling us. But a last question to you. A lot of people thought that this contest was between Rahul Gandhi and Mr. Narendra Modi. It's quite certain that there is no contest between the two. And many people are now saying that 2019 could be a battle where Mr. Modi will be fighting a Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal and a Naveen Patnaik in Odisha and an Akhilesh and Mayawati in UP, and that's the kind of contest this is going to be. Are you geared up for the challenge? Because I'm presuming that will be more challenging than fighting one individual all across the country.
See, we don't believe that politics is always a static thing. We believe, and we firmly believe that it will change every time, and we are ready to face all challenges, because we have got a basic theme with us, and that is progress, prosperity, politics of development, and politics of good governance.
Mr. Javadekar, as a channel that believes in economic decision making, can we hope that the BJP will bring development back on the political narrative, on the political agenda? Okay, I think he's gone. All right, with that, we'll take a quick breather here. We continue with markets and have given a big thumbs up to this big Modi-Shah victory in Karnataka. We're given to understand Mr. Yeddi will be sworn in on the 18th in the first half. Arrangements apparently had been done even before counting began. So this was a resounding victory for the BJP. The Congress has a lot of soul searching to do. Could Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh be different given they are a challenger? Is anybody's guess for now.
Hi there everyone, good afternoon and welcome to Market Fatafat. I'm Avan Dabash. The markets continue to hold out quite firmly, although the broader market has reversed all of the early morning gains and now down 0.5% in trade. Well, let's run you through management voices before we get to all of those buzzing stocks in trade. Mandana Retail is here on the show. They've created a revised strategy for shareholder value. Let's talk about the new product line. Hemant Gupta is the COO and CFO with us on the show. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. What about your licensing agreement with Being Human? Can you tell us the continuity update and when can we see a renewal in the contract?
Our license is still valid till 2020, right? And we are basically working on some different business models that is still under discussion with the foundation. And probably in the coming few months of time, we will be able to close it. We are still enjoying a very strong and cordial relationship with the foundation. It's just a little bit fine tuning that needs to get done, and we will be able to close it in the next coming few months. So there are no doubts about it.
What about your business strategy? What are some of the key initiatives that you're taking in terms of your new product line, etc.?
So as you have seen that there is a rapid increase in the incomes now in India, there is a growing urbanization happening and there is an increase in younger generation. So there is a scope to expand the business specifically in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So that is where we are targeting more, that presently we have a very little market share in south and north market. That is where we are targeting it. And secondly, in terms of business strategy, we are going more in dealing with the large multi-brand outlets. So that is where our presence presently is very minuscule and we are bound to increase that. Secondly, we are going also aggressive on our exclusive business outlets. So wherever there is, we are having a little presence. We are planning to open new stores, which is going to fit in terms of our EBITDA margins and all, and that is where we are targeting our growth.
And tell us about what you're targeting for same-store sales growth as well.
So we are doing certain changes in terms of VM, in terms of aggressive marketing communication with the customer. So we are targeting to bring back our customers, loyal customers who are with the brand for till its inception. And we are doing certain changes in terms of store placements, in terms of marketing strategy, in terms of giving them more new products which is going to fit in their budgets. So that is where we are changing all this, and this will lead us to bring back our old customers, and which is going to help to increase our existing sales growth. So just to give you a target, we are targeting a 10% growth for the same stores that we presently have.
All the very best. Thank you for joining in and giving us a heads up on how things are shaping up. A buzzing stock that is 16% higher, talking about smart same-store sales growth, the new product initiatives and product line. Mandana up in double digits. Well, meantime, this is the most comprehensive market wrap. We're identifying all the top buzzers and telling you all the stocks that are seeing smart trends. Let's bring on board our team of research analysts. We also have with us Siddharth Bhamre and Jay Thakkar with us on technicals. Well, let's get down to business and bring on board then Mubina, who's talking first up about Britannia. All eyes on the earnings.
Well, yes, Britannia certainly is in focus. This, of course, after, or rather, it is still expected to come out with its Q4 numbers. We're awaiting that. And ahead of that, the stock is certainly just about moving into the green and the red zone. But for sure, very skittish at this point of time. We are expecting the net sales to grow in double digits, and volume growth as well is seen recovering by a good 12%.
Okay, this is an important result candidate. All eyes on Britannia. Pretty quiet prior to its numbers. Meantime, let's talk about a stock that's buzzing in trade today. AdLabs is up a good 3.6%. And Vivek's here to tell us just why. Vivek?
Well, that's right. Ad Labs Entertainment, the company was struggling with a little bit of its capex, but now what they've told the exchanges is that the company is going to go ahead and raise money via a QIB issue. And the fact that qualified institutional buyers are going to be entering the stock is actually keeping the stock buzzing in trade. Also, the fact that some of the other entertainment companies are doing quite well is giving a sentimental positive as well.
Okay, there you have it. That's the view coming in on Ad Labs. A very smart move is what you can see in trade right now. In the meantime, let's move right on to BF Utilities. That stock is seeing very smart volumes. And Jay Thakkar, let's get in a view as to how you're looking at it on the charts.
Hi, good afternoon, Aman. Well, I would say that, BF Utilities definitely seems to be a right candidate now for a bounce after this Karnataka election results. And I would say technically this stock is looking good too. I think 454 will be the short to medium term target, the way the technical chart structure as of now I see. The stock has clearly completed a triple zigzag corrective move on the lower side, and now on the lower side I would say 357 is a very crucial support for the stock. Till it maintains about those levels, till it is sustaining about those levels, 454 is quite likely.
All right, some smart targets in place for BF Utilities. The stock sitting pretty at a 2-week high. In the meantime, Karanya, it's been nothing but bad news for PNB, and today all eyes on the numbers. Yes, and more news, more bad news rather, is expected as far as the Q4 report card concerned. It's going to be a complete washout quarter, although the estimates are varying a fair bit because, a lot of uncertainty is there as far as the quantum of loss is concerned. But the NIIs could be seen somewhere around 4,000 odd crore rupees. The losses are seen mounting up to 3,200 crore rupees, and the NIMs are seen flattish, somewhere around 2.2 crores on a QOQ basis. So expect more bad news coming by as far as the Q4 is concerned. Okay, and the stock not seeing too much of encouragement in trade right now. 88 is where it's currently at. In the meantime, let's talk about Fortis Healthcare. What's the latest with this one? Pankaj joins in with the details. Pankaj?
Well, Avan, any guesses? Just another revised offer. That's what has been happening for Fortis Healthcare, and that's precisely the case once again. TPG Manipal together have revised their offer to 180 rupees a share. However, the stock is not reacting at this point of time. It's up 3%. I mean, reacting in terms of volumes. Let's just wait and watch where this end game is. But you heard it first on ET Now yesterday evening, and it's official today that TPG has increased their price to 180 rupees. The offer price at 180 rupees a share.
Okay, that is Fortis Healthcare buzzing away in trade, and yes, it's only a revised offer after revised offer coming in for this company. Meantime, let's take a look at Adani Transmission. The stock falling to a 7.5-month low. Jay, what's the word on the charts?
Well, I would say that Adani Transmission, this stock has clearly, reversed the trend from up to down and continues to, trade with a negative bias. Going forward, I would say, Avan, that this stock is likely to inch towards the lower end of the falling channel in which it is falling, and that comes to the levels of almost 132. On the upside now, for the short term, I would say this stock has a clear resistance at the levels of around say 153 and above that 160. So since these till these levels are not taken off on the upside, 133 is quite likely on this stock.
All right, the stock 7% lower as we speak, trading sub the 200-150 DMA. Well, we have our entire team of researchers standing by to tell us all of the stocks that are buzzing in trade today. So let's take it across to Neelu to talk about Dilip Bilkan and brokerages clearly upbeat here.
Yes, Van, this stock has been in focus because of strong order inflows coming in, but has been consolidating over the month. But today it's been trading on a with smart gains on account of as Citi initiates coverage of buy with a target price of 1,466 per share.
Okay, there you have it. That's the view coming in on Dilip Bilkan, and clearly the Citi upgrade seems to be working wonders on the stock. 1,219, and remember, it has been receiving quite a few orders as well. Meantime, let's talk about another result candidate, and Crompton Greaves Consumer is in focus on the back of earnings expected today. Profits are seen high by 27% at 112 crore rupees. Revenues could grow this time around, led by the lighting and the CD segment. Margins could increase due to the operating leverage benefits. We're expecting it at about 13.3% versus 12.8%, and we'll be watching out for the outlook on their ad spends and segmental sales as well. 230 is where the stock is prior to its numbers. Time to shift gears and talk about Bajaj Finance as well. And Siddharth, this one's finally put the brakes on the declining streak.
Yeah, in fact, there's an intraday correction in market, but there are few stocks which are not correcting, and Bajaj Finance is one of them. we are seeing, you know, around 2 to 3% rise in price, along with 10% rise in open interest. Last time we spoke, it was around 6-7% rise in OI. That means long additions are taking. As you rightly pointed out, since last 1 month, you know, stock was in slightly declining mode, but that was after a significant run up. So after this consolidation, today's move which has come, Aman, clearly indicates that that downward spiral has, you know, behind us, and probably stock would move further higher from current levels.
Certainly off the high point of the day for the markets as well, but undeterred is Bajaj Finance. Meantime, let's focus in as the countdown continues with all the buzzers in trade. Mubina is here to tell us about the MSCI inclusion cheer working wonders on Power Grid.
Well, yes, the MSCI Global Standard Index has seen an inclusion. There are lots of stocks. Power Grid is one of them, and the stock, in fact, is now rallying in trade. It's pushed at the highest level since the 2nd of November. There are other stocks as well that have been included, so that rejig is something that has cheered Power Grid.
And as we speak, it's holding on to 214. Meantime, Vivek, it's surely no love for Cupid.
Well, that's right, Avan. Well, the numbers were quite weak. Overnight, you know, I had a look at the numbers. Revenues down. What's very disappointing is that margins have actually halved on a year-on-year basis, and profits to have gone down almost 45%. What is even more disappointing was that the management commentary, especially for Q4, was quite weak. They said that auto inflows have not been at the same quantity as last year, and this is something that has actually kept the markets quite subdued on this particular name.
Okay, that's Cupid, which has fallen flat on its face, 6% low on the back of an abysmal quarter. Meantime, BEML is another stock that's climbed to its 1-month high, very strong volumes. Would you take a bet on this one, Jay?
Well, I would say one definitely. You know, BEML now seems to have, you know, formed a good base formation, a falling wedge pattern, and this generally is a bullish reversal pattern. And the indicators on the daily as well as weekly chart seems to be quite trading in an oversold territory. Hence, a bounce from these levels cannot be ruled out. There is a very high probability that this stock inches towards the levels of 1150 in the short term. One can buy this with a stop loss of 941.
Okay, 945 is the stop loss on BEML. That's a smart mover in trade today. Meantime, it's stock number 18 that we're focusing on, and results expected from Lupin today. Karunya, what's the street bracing themselves for?
Well, as we speak, the stock is at the day's low point, and not just day's low point, it's trading at a 52-week low, and not a very good set of numbers expected. The US revenues is expected to decline about a little more than 3%. EBITDA decline is also something that is likely to happen this time around, of course, on a sequential basis. The only saving race seems to be the India side of the business at this point of time. So not a very encouraging set of numbers as far as the ET Now poll goes. Okay, so we're bracing ourselves for a pretty tempered quarter. We'll have to see what Lupin delivers. In the meantime, let's talk about NBCC. Pankaj, a bit flat right now, but it was upbeat on the back of an order win.
Absolutely. 379 crores is the order which has come in. Order inflows continue. Order inflows still strong for the company. Since Jan, they have been seeing good order flows. Numbers, of course, are still awaited. But let's wait and watch. After the order inflow, there was a cheer, but now it's absolutely flat.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Pankaj. Meantime, Balrampur Chini, the volumes are pretty upbeat, but the stock is under acute pressure. What are you advising right now at the current level of 61, Ajay?
Well, I would say, you know, one Balrampur Chini still trades with a negative bias. The stock has been forming low tops and low bottom. The indicators are also in the sell mode, and we aren't seeing any, you know, reversal pattern forming on this chart. In fact, you know, again, it has broken its crucial swing support, which indicates that we can see further downtrend coming in this stock. I think one should sell this. The short-term target on the lower side comes to around 55. On the upside, 70 is a clear resistance.
Okay, those are some important levels to map out. The stock is clearly at a 30-month low in trade. Meantime, let's focus in on some of the other movers and shakers in trade, and Neelu getting a word on Kaveri Seeds as well.
The stock is in buzz today because the board to consider buyback on 24th of May. The open interest is down around 1.5%, and there is a lot of short covering seen in the stock, and it has been gaining on the third consecutive session.
Okay, 3 straight days on the trot. The buyback is going to be a big trigger. The stock is up 0.6%. Meantime, let's talk about another brokerage recommendation, and that is on Suprajit Engineering. In fact, Axis Cap is pretty upbeat on the stock. They've reiterated a buy rating. They're going with a target of about 341, saying that going forward, it's going to be better days ahead, and the stock in focus on the back of that. Meantime, Siddharth, another stock that we've identified from the auto space is Tata Motors DVR. Clearly, it's in reverse gear.
Yeah, and nothing great to offer when it comes to the commentary on the stock, Aman. 4-year low for Tata Motors DVR. Tata Motors also doing exactly same. Now this is disappointing because last week when JLR numbers did trickle in, Street has been optimistic. The stock is always considered as the cheapest stock in auto space, but every time bounce back happens, it comes with a renewed selling pressure. And in Tata Motors DVR, we are now seeing short positions getting built up. Stock at 4 years low, as I said, 9% rise in open interest, and look at the volumes in cash market. Since last 4 trading sessions, volumes have been on very high side, indicating that there is some selling pressure.
Okay, autos, let's take it to pharma then. And Mubina, talk about why the street is upbeat on Dr. Lal PathLabs.
Well, it was a stellar set of numbers delivered by the company in Q4, and that is something that's causing investors to press the sell button when it comes to Dr. Lal. In fact, we had the management as well talking earlier. Now, the Kolkata lab operationalization will keep volume growth healthy. There's also commentary in terms of competitive landscapes, which has improved, and hence CLSA has a buy stance on the stock with a target at 1,320 rupees, and that's caused the stock to run up a good 8%.
Oh, yes, indeed. And speaking of results, Vivek, what's the view on Bombay Dyeing?
Well, Bombay Dyeing, it's actually cooled off quite significantly off the day's high, but it's been a blow-off quarter as far as Bombay Dyeing is concerned. It's marked a return to profit as far as the bottom line is concerned. The revenues have jumped up almost 44%. If you're talking about the margins, almost 1,000 basis points higher, and even on the bottom line front, it's a profit this time around versus a loss last time around. So watch out for this particular name off the day's high, but could be a big mover in the days to come.
Oh, yes, indeed. Watch out for a Bombay Dyeing going forward as well. But let's get in a technical take on Inox Wind. That stock has finally snapped the 3-day losing streak. Holding on to 100, where does it go from here, Jay?
I think Aman, this stock too has formed a good falling wedge pattern, which is a bullish reversal pattern after having fallen so much. And this is now a time for a bounce back for this stock. Indicator seems to be reversing from quite an oversold territory. And I think now this stock is likely to inch towards the levels of 141 in the short term. One can buy this with a stop loss of 89.
Okay, 20 down, 10 more to go. We're winding it down with the top stocks that are buzzing away in trade today. Let's get on board Karanya yet again to talk about another stock that's moving on the back of earnings expected tomorrow. That's Tata Steel.
Well, yes, Tata Steel is shining bright, and how it's in fact one of the top, rather the topmost gainer on the Nifty 50 index today. And we've seen the stock rally a fair bit in the last 3 sessions straight, but yes, the numbers are expected tomorrow. In fact, it's going to be a bit of a tepid quarter primarily because the India volumes have been low. However, the realizations will be something to watch out for, because the high realization is something that will aid a fair amount of support to the top line. And coking coal and other costs are also likely to weigh a bit on the margins front. So not a very good quarter, but yes, the stock nevertheless is cheering.
Right. Yes, indeed. That's a smart move. Meantime, the bulk deal impact playing out on Emphasis, Pranay. That's Pankaj.
Right, Tawan. So if you just look at the bulk deal, yesterday Blackstone stole about 8%, and there was a buzz who's buying, who's not. You have some great names like Oppenheimer, small cap fund coming in. They are big long only investors that have come into this company. They bought a significant chunk. You had a name like Nomura buying in, Marble Fund has bought in. So overall, 5% up for Emphasis. Cheer after the analyst meet and the big block deal data being revealed.
Okay, that's a word coming in on Emphasis, continuing to stand tall in the markets. Meantime, let's chat about Delta Corp. Is there any sort of a trend that you're seeing here, Jay?
Absolutely. Delta Corp has fallen in a 5-wave declining structure, and generally after this kind of a falling structure, Avan, we see a 3-wave corrective bounce back. At least a 38 to 50% retracement will get this stock to the levels of 261. One can buy this with a stop loss of 203.
Okay, let's move right on from Delta Corp and talk about Allahabad Bank. Neelu, what's the buzz here?
The stock has been falling 8%. It's down 8% while I talk to you. RBI imposes further restrictions under PCA framework, and stock slumps to 27-week low, and it falls for the 6th consecutive day today.
Yeah, falling flat on its face as we speak. That's almost an 8% move that you're seeing on the downside. Meantime, another stock that's under pressure emerges from the cement pack. That's ACC. Despite a good set of numbers, 10 straight days is where you're seeing selling pressure. And as we speak, it's just about at the 1400 mark, 2.5% off. It's cracked on the back of the MSCI deletion. And from the recent highs that the stock touched, it's slumped something like 23%. Moving on, let's talk about Tata Global, and clearly the story here isn't looking too bright either, Siddharth.
Second consecutive day of fall and big fall, 13% rise in open interest. Yesterday too, we saw a huge amount of short formation. And what has happened that in last 4-5 trading sessions, stock has corrected 20% from higher levels, and that's a huge correction. And in today's correction, what has happened? One, that stock has gone below 200 DM, and as we see market correcting intraday, Tata Global is also correcting and adding selling pressure. Volumes in cash market are also very high.
Okay, the stock is clearly under pressure as we speak at 242. Meantime, let's wind it down to the last 3 stocks on Market Fatafat, and Mubina is here to tell us about Avenue Supermarts. Mubina?
Well, another inclusion in the MSCI Global Standard Index, along with, of course, Power Grid. And remember, Avenue Supermarts, which had floundered a bit, especially after delivered its results, has once again been able to find its feet, now trending towards the 1500 rupee mark. We're also witnessing, in fact, a price volume breakout. So Avenue Supermarts certainly is buzzing today in trade.
And as we speak, it's perched at a comfortable 1490 thereabouts. Meantime, let's focus in on a stock that's showing you quite the opposite trend, and not just in today's session. This has been going on for quite some time. Relentless selling pressure being seen on Vakrangi. There have been some allegations with respect to the stock under the government scanner after PwC flagged off concerns. No confirmations there, and then you had the terrible news of the MSCI deletion. It's one of the top BSE 500 losers this year as well, and since April 23rd has tanked something like 55%. The stock just about clutching on to 60. And finally, let's get it to the last stock of the day on Market Fatafat, and Siddharth, flag off PFC. That stock is under immense pressure in trade today, quite a buzzer.
Well, last time you saw such level on PFC was in Feb 2016, so clearly 2 years plus, or say 26-27 months low for that stock. What we are observing, that power sector is under trouble, and that trouble has not just caused more problems for PSU banks but also power finance companies like PFC and REC Limited. And last 2 trading sessions, PFC has broken its key support, which was around 80-82 odd levels, and stock is moving further down. This is also backed by very high volumes, and also there has been some formation of short positions to the tune of 5%. So this is certainly an underperformer along with other power names.
Deep in the red as we speak, and deep in the red for the broader end of the market. But thank you so much to the entire team for joining in and giving us all of the top stocks that are buzzing away. A speed wrap it sure was. 10,825 on the index. We'll wind it down right here on Market Fatafat. Hope you enjoyed watching. Closing trades comes right up. Well, hi there. Welcome to Closing Trades right here on ET Now in the Mumbai News Centre. I'm Tanveer Gill with my colleagues Aisha Faridi, Nikhish Dalmia as well as Siddharth Bhamre, getting you what is turning out to be a very exciting session for the markets. We crossed 10,900 on hopes that BJP will emerge as the single largest party to form government in the state of Karnataka. But that has had a bit of a twist at the last hour, so to speak, with the actual numbers just falling short of finding it the favor that it needs to become a single largest party and a majority government, so to speak. So now it's going to be a coalition, and there's going to be some sort of truce that will be drawn upon with the JDS or any other leading party to get the numbers in for the to make from the government actually in the state. But before anything else, the net impact on the markets, and Pankaj Poddar, my colleague, joins in to give us a quick update on just that. Pankaj, it's really stock specific, but just for the headline indices as well, it's a bit of a U-turn from the day's highs.
You know, Tanveer, it's a complete U-turn, you know, one can say that. We were into striking distance within 11,000 and now we are back to the 10,820 mark, just 20 points higher. At a point of time, Nifty was up close to about 100 odd points. So that's the sort of cut that we've seen in the market. The bigger cut has been with the broader market space, and that's the space that has been correcting much more. It went up in the morning, but now you can see the mid-cap index was up almost 1.4%. Right now, 0.8% decline. You have the small cap index, which is down about 0.6 odd percent. Again, this is an index which was up around 1.2%. So a good sharp 2% sort of a cut. Tata Steel results tomorrow, top gainer. Bajaj Finance results on Thursday. Among the top gainer, Asian Paints continues to move up. That's another stock which is doing well. Titan is slightly on the higher side. Sun Pharma is down 2.7. Lupin numbers should be out anytime soon. Just as we are speaking, I think the numbers should hit the exchanges. SBI, India Bulls and Dr. Reddy's are some of the other losers. That's the chart, or you know, that's what is gaining in the market. So you have a TCS which is supporting the market. You have a HDFC Bank which is lending support, but at the same time, a name like ITC, Sun Pharma, SBI is also going on the downside. Advance decline, a complete U-turn. It was 1,500 in terms of advances, and now it's just 725. So that's not looking that great, and that was visible by the mid-cap index as well. Emphasis is a stock which is doing well. That's a stock which has done well. It's up 6%. There was some big block deal yesterday where you know, you had Oppenheimer, names like BEML, BF Utility, and MDC also among gainers.
All right, on that note, thank you very much, Pankaj Poddar. And joining us right here on ET Now is an extremely special guest. Colonel Rajyavardhan Rathore joins us right here. Thank you very much for being with us. It really is a double treat as far as you are concerned. You've just been given in charge of INB, so congratulations on that count and on a very good show in Karnataka. My first question to you, sir, will have to be that this is a great show in Karnataka. You've almost doubled your vote share. You're obviously the single largest party. Whose victory this is? And how confident are you about government formation? Because you're still short of those numbers. You're not at 113. But it's a foregone conclusion that you will be forming the next government in Karnataka after such a stupendous show that you've put up.
Well, thank you so much for your congratulations, and I would like to thank the people of Karnataka, all the voters of Karnataka. This is a people's victory, undoubtedly. They are the ones. This is the new politics of India, that it's the people that not just choose a government once in 5 years, but are directly in charge of which direction that the government needs to take. That is a style of communication that Prime Minister has now created between the country and him. Look at it, 21 states are now with Bharatiya Janata Party. What is the reason behind it? It's because in yesteryears, the Prime Minister was too mute, too silent, too much in control of certain compulsions. But now people see a Prime Minister who's free of all these clutches. This Prime Minister is doing things that every person wants a Prime Minister to do. So there's a direct connect by the work, by this method of governance. Now the second is a direct connect by his social media presence. The Prime Minister being very contemporary, connects with the people through his Mann Ki Baat, through his mobile application. He tells people the work that he's doing. And he wants his officers to go down in the fields, including the ministers, to find how much work has happened. our philosophy of Antyodaya, which is that Antim Vyakti ki ka uday ho. The last person in the line must get the resources that this country has. Our work in that is now showing results. So yes, it's a people's victory. It's also a phenomenal leadership of Prime Minister Modi, a vision that people see that our Prime Minister has, and also his execution. Not to forget, the party president, who is, if you see his schedule, I mean, it's amazing. The sort of working hours he puts in, the sort of travel that he does is absolutely amazing. It's just difficult for somebody to just follow his travel schedule, leave aside the amount of mind that he has to put across. So it's a collection of all these things that allows us to give these numbers that what you're showing on your television.
Right. No, absolutely, Colonel Rathore. And before I go across to asking you the questions about some speculation about Congress and JDS coming together, I have to ask you the point that you made, that today's politics has changed. People want to see delivery. People want to see development. What will this verdict mean as far as reforms are concerned? Because, you know, you have yourself espoused some of the, some of the populist measures, like a loan waiver in Karnataka, something that you have been opposed to here in New Delhi. What sort of reform trajectory are we going to see on account of this verdict? A parent is a good parent when he's able to see between the siblings as to who needs the support and who needs a certain direction to move further harder. And similarly, if we were a populist government, we would not have come up with things like the GST or the denotification or many other measures to improve on taxation in our country. Also in terms of the black money laws, if we really were a populist country, we wouldn't have taken many decisions. So I do not agree to that word at all. In terms of people who are really struggling in terms of making a living, and if those are the people who are actually working to feed the rest of the nation, and if those are the people who are the majority of the population, we need to find a method by which to increase their farming incomes, to get them from the farming, to get some of the people from the farming into other sectors. The government is working on that. Okay, indeed, the government is working on that. But Colonel Rathore, you know, this is a big victory. You again get a foothold back in the south, and I think the victory is even bigger if you see how your vote share has improved from about 19.3% to about 37% that we're talking about, even though the Congress has a higher vote share. My question really is that how is this election going to be different from what you're going to face next, which is Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, because that is where you have been in government for the last decade now. I'm presuming there will be some amount of anti-incumbency. You're not the challenger there, you're the incumbent there.
Well, our party president has repeated this often, that anti-incumbency is when your system of governance is not correct. And so there is a positive flow of emotions when your government has been performing. And these are the three states which have traditionally been with Bharatiya Janata Party when we did our presence in the entire country was minuscule. Now that we are making inroads into regions where we never were or we hardly were there, there is a sense that these three states would also get. It's like 21 states of the country are with Bharatiya Janata Party, and the traditional states would certainly also see the good governance that Prime Minister Modi and his entire machinery that he is putting in place would see that. And therefore, my sense is that there is plenty of time now for the mood to become really, really favorable in these three states. I do not see any change in the direction that the entire country is moving.
You know, Colonel Rathore, there is breaking news that's coming on our screens as well as Times Now. As we speak right now, the Congress and the JDS have decided to get together and are likely to meet the governor. In fact, Kumaraswamy is likely to have also accepted the position of the chief minister if he's offered one in this alliance. This is quite a volte-face from what we are really seeing. From being the single largest party, is there a possibility you could be losing out to the Congress and the JDS combined?
But this is just a hypothesis. And well, no harm discussing on our television. However, the largest single party is ours as of the count right now. The count is still going on, and the people have voted for us as the largest party, and therefore we would get the first choice, as is the people's choice, and that's why we've been voted as the largest party. So I do not see anything changing. We will remain the largest single party, and we will form the government. Thank you.
Indeed. Okay. Can I take a quick follow-up question to you on that? Okay. I think he's in a bit of a rush there. But that's Colonel Rajyavardhan Rathore. I think the picture is suddenly throwing up another possibility, and the Congress has offered to make H.D. Kumaraswamy the Chief Minister, the son of Devegowda the Chief Minister. Between the two of them, is these leads are anything to go by, they have 114 seats, which is well past the 113 mark. The BJP doesn't have the numbers to go to the 113 mark just yet. They will need the two independent candidates, and they will need a defection that has to happen from the JDS. And remember, the anti-defection law says unless and until 1/10 of the elected majority doesn't leave, they will be disqualified. So they need at least 40 odd, in fact more than 40 MLAs now to defect from the JDS for them to be able to support the BJP. So this is a stunning revelation or a stunning turn of events that's now coming in. The Congress giving up its inhibition, Siddaramaiah being sidelined, H.D. Kumaraswamy could be Chief Minister, and they will be approaching the governor. But as constitutionality goes, I think the governor first has to call the single largest party, because this isn't a pre-post but a post-poll alliance. Nikunj?
So, Supriya, BJP will get a shot to form the government, but then how do they fill the gap? The gap of 7 to 8 to 10 seats, which is not a large gap, but it's a gap which they need to fill, which means they'll get about 2 to 3 weeks. How does it work now?
So what happens really from now on is that the governor is under obligation to call the single largest party, because there isn't a pre-poll alliance between the Congress and JDS. When they call the single largest party, that's the BJP, and if the BJP ends up with 106 odd seats, they will need 7 more. There are 2 independent candidates who won, so let's presume that the 2 independent candidates go with them. They get to 108. They then still need 5 more. The 5 more will have to come from the JDS. And it's not as if 5 MLAs can leave the JDS and come join the BJP. The anti-defection law says that 1/10 of the majority, 1/10 of the strength of elected MLAs will have to leave the party for them to not be disqualified. And given that, I think there will be some days that the BJP will get, but given the fact that the Congress and the JDS have already put a proposal on the table that they are going to meet the governor, that they do have, and they can prove a majority right now, because between 73 and 41, they've got 114 seats between them, which is well past the halfway mark. The fact also, Nikunj, is that given the reality that the Congress and the JDS are already talking, gives you a sense of how averse the JDS may be to be joining hands with the BJP right now. Because the JDS's vote bank is very similar to the Congress. They would not want to isolate themselves. They will not want to shun away that vote bank, because they want to be a larger player even in national politics, which is why JDS was a part of the dinner that Sonia Gandhi had hosted for cementing that anti-Modi bloc just about a month odd back. This is an important development. The governor is likely to call the single largest party. If they can't prove a majority, they'll be given time. And in the meanwhile, if Congress and the JDS can get together, it's a huge compromise for the Congress. Despite being almost twice the size of the numbers that JDS has on the table, looks like, if sources are to be believed, that Kumaraswamy has been offered the position of the Chief Minister, which means Siddaramaiah is going to be sidelined and Kumaraswamy could perhaps be the Chief Minister, and that is the political compromise that one could see in the making. But this is a big development. I don't know how markets are reacting to this piece of information that's coming in, because this does tell you how desperate both sides are going to be making the next government in Karnataka. And having tasted defeat while being the single largest party in Goa and earlier in Meghalaya, I think the Congress wants to give it all in Karnataka.
Yeah. One thing is certain that market is not liking the mathematics which we are discussing at this point of time, and they have given all of its gains as we speak. Nifty is getting into it. Thanks, Supriya, for joining in and throwing light on what exactly is happening on the political front. Before I go to technicals, we are clearly seeing a lot of put built up happening in 10,800 and 10,900 strike price. IVs have not declined significantly. In fact, now in last 1 hour, we are seeing some rise in IVs. I won't be surprised if this is buying of some put options by traders who feel that market might give up some of its gains. Let's welcome our technical guest, Dr. C.K. Narayan, Kunal Bothra and Manas Jaiswal joining us, and let's take one pick each from them. And Dr. Narayan, Tata Steel, metal stocks are doing well. Tata Steel adding decent amount of open interest in a falling market. Steel stocks are doing well. You are suggesting to buy?
Well, the results are due out today, and not just one, but I think 3 major metal names results are out today. And if, they are seen doing reasonably well, I think the ongoing uptrend in the metals pack combined with the overall still bullish looking scenario of the market can create a situation where Tata Steel could push up further. I'm looking for a drive till about 640, 645, so nothing very major here. It has run along a bit, no doubt about it, and as has the market. So currently recommending a buy with a very nearby stop loss at about 620.22.
Kunal, ADAG group of stocks, Reliance Infra giving way to that support of 400 since last 2 trading sessions is under tremendous pressure. You think it can still go down further? It's with ADAG group of stocks, you can't say that they won't go down, but how are statistics mapping up on charts?
So, devoid of the group stocks, Siddharth, I think if you try and look at the chart patterns purely, both on the short term as well as on the weekly time frame, this is a big support breach for most of these ADAG stocks, Reliance Infra, Reliance Capital, and the other stocks as well. And I believe Reliance Infra could be one of the candidates which should be looking at as a fresh candidate to short, because the stock has not just shown continued signs of weakness, but the breach of this key support on long term charts I think is a definite spot of bother from a near term view as well. So that's a sell. 370 could be an immediate target on the stock. Stop loss could be kept at 393.
Manas, after not so good of set of numbers, I would say bad set of numbers, Federal Bank posted record volumes, gap down opening, and we thought probably stock would take some support around its levels of 89.90, but even that has gone, and today too we are seeing heightened shorting activity in stock.
You are absolutely right, Siddharth, because we saw a sharp crack last week, but the stock was taking support near to 89, and since stock has already broken 89 levels, I think the possibility is very high that it will run towards 80 or maybe 78 levels. So for next 1 or 2 trading sessions, I think you can set the target of around 84, take a short call here at current levels and keep your stop loss above 89 rupees.
Peak market is in red, and even if Nifty is flat, mid-cap index is already down by 1.5%. Pain is absolutely, high over there. It's challenging its 200 DMA, which is around 5,088, 90 odd levels. Let's take a quick commercial break. On the other side of the break, we will discuss more on fundamentals as how one should approach this market, which is showing signs of volatility coming back.
मेरे कर्म कॉलेज डेज में थोड़े बड़े डिफरेंट थे versus what I am right now.
हाँ.
It's like a 180-degree turn in.
Pranay, can you hear me?
Your auto, Eminem should do very well.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Just coming in.
Can you hear me?
Dhananjay, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
मारुति
great.
वैन में जा जाके कैनवसिंग करते हैं.
The volatility in the market creeps in as there is uncertainty now with regards to who's going to back the top seat in Karnataka. You can see that very well play out in the market. So for an index which was holding 10,900 on opening bell, power ahead nicely, the broader market breadth opened up, it's completely changed hands. So 10,800, we've completely given up all of our morning gains, and the breadth is actually a reverse of where we started off. It's 150 stocks standing to the decline now. The largest hit being taken for some of these liquid favorites, PC Jewelers, some of the ADA group of stocks. NCC is getting hammered hard. That's down 5.5%. And mind you, this was actually a winner today. And even yesterday, this was one of the gainers. And Allahabad Bank is taking a sharp knock of about 9.25%. Still holding tall for Tata Steel, although this too has come off from the top of the day. At the high point, this was clocking gains of about almost 4% ahead of its numbers tomorrow. There's also Shriram Transport Finance, which is holding up. Colgate and Just Dial are just some of the other names which are also looking good right now. Dhananjay Sinha is with us to talk about his take on the market. Dhananjay, okay, we will get to Dhananjay in just a bit. But here out some expert opinion that we gathered through the day as to how material are the Karnataka election verdict for the markets right now.
State elections are, one part of India. It's not entire India. And anyway, 12 months are too ahead in taking a call on the election side. But certainly, state elections gives you mood of the electorate. And if the results are favoring political stability, if it gives decisive mandate to a party, then to that extent market will believe that, okay, there is political stability.
Foreign investors look to as a guide to how the Modi administration is performing in terms of its popularity. But I don't think it's really critical in itself.
We're clearly looking at a step up in rural spend as we go towards elections. And we think that farm loan waivers, for example, could double to $40 billion by the time of the general elections. We think that investors have to watch, the alliances that are being formed between the two national parties and various state parties. Alliances between them are going to be a key driver.
$106 for BJP, 73 for Congress, twist in the tail. Now, the challenge what could happen is that a BJP strong show has not excited markets enough. Early morning gains have got diluted. So the breakout which we were betting on looks like the breakout may just fail. I mean, that's my limited point. I mean, if markets were excited about BJP emerging as the single largest party, and then there should have been a different kind of a pattern in terms of price action both for large cap stocks and mid cap stocks. The fact that it's a cut of about 200 points from the day's high, we went to almost 10,900. We were less than 300 points or 250 points away from an all-time high. We've retraced completely. So Kunal, are we now, do we have a roof in place now for the market?
Yes, in fact, I was just getting to the point that, after this selling, you will now see stocks getting more selling pressures over the next few days. So rather than stocks being, at the buyer end, generally in a market or in an index which is heading towards a breakout, you would generally tend to buy stocks which are in high momentum. But after this selling today, I believe the case would be reversed, that, you would either look at shorts or stocks, which are falling to create fresh shorts, or even if the stock rises, say on the back of some, news or etc., I think the chances of the stock not sustaining those, rises would be far more higher. Look at the case in point for many of the stocks today, which are up, I think, 8-10% in the first half of the day. And all of these stocks have come back and, almost become flattish kind of a, move. So both in terms of sectoral and both in terms of, stocks as well. I think this could be the trend which could be very likely, which you can see over the next couple of days. So, long traders could probably have to be very choosy and very selective with the kind of stocks they pick. Rather than buying stocks on breakout, I think it's better to try and, look out for some stable sort of stocks which are low beta in nature and which are sort of going through a subtle uptrend.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. Okay, let's also hear out from Rajat Rajkharia, the CEO at Institutional Equities, Motilal Oswal. He joins us on the show right now. Rajat, hi, good afternoon. Were you expecting this kind of resounding victory for the BJP? Not quite. It seems like this is quite a twist in the tail as of now. Was the street really prepared for a decisive mandate, or was the street working with a neck and neck kind of situation?
Well, I think the exit polls that had come post the elections did indicated that BJP was into a leadership position, and normally we have seen that the trend changes are more important. So if the trend change was in the favor of BJP, then the number of seats that they finally will get should have surprised positively, which looks like the trend right now.
Right. Give us your sense on how the earnings rate is likely to pan out from here on. Do you see earnings picking up momentum?
So if you just exclude all the corporate lenders, right, because I think somewhere they are masking the underlying recovery through some pretty poor numbers, but otherwise excluding them, the earnings growth till now for this quarter looks reasonably good. For our universe, we have almost like a 20% sales growth, 17-18% EBITDA growth, 15-16% profit growth. And I think the highlight of the quarter has remained consumption and all the consumption related entities, whether be it retail financiers also. And there is no reason to believe that this momentum will not get better, because I think yesterday, if you would have heard just the Hindustan Unilever commentary, they itself mention on how stronger outlook things are looking for them just based on the rural trends and the overall pickup into the system. So I think the consumption recovery or the consumption broad-based trends is what is driving the earnings right now.
Okay, what about OMCs, Rajat? Considering the kind of volatility that we've seen, first the correction thanks to the spike up in crude and now the relief rally which is playing out right now, how is it that you're viewing OMCs as of date?
I think because I think, combination of some price hikes and some excise duty changes will make some more broad basing for these companies to start operating back at the margins that they were doing earlier. Also, we are not a firm believer of a big bull on oil. I think this range of 70 to 80 has happened rather quickly, but staying around 70 and this currency is something that markets will price in quite well. So as a basket, these stocks surely look attractive. But I think the most important play in this market remains financials, because given the kind of changes that we are seeing on the entire PSU pack, where RBI has now started putting more strict curbs on them, in a growing economy, if 2/3 of the system is just prevented from operating properly for some reason or other, the remaining 1/3 of the system gets a massive boost to grow their books, right? And you can see from the stocks, each of these stocks who are benefiting are making newer highs every day, and that trend can well continue for the rest of the year also.
What are you guys suggesting right now to your key clients in terms of what positioning you would take in the markets from a direction standpoint?
So we are advising investors to remain pro-growth. Right now, a large part of the portfolio has to focus towards companies where earnings growth are good, because if this year remains an year of earnings recovery trend, then the stocks, whichever stocks will benefit, will keep doing well. And secondly, there could be a smaller part of the portfolio where earnings recovery may happen with a lag of 1 or 2 quarters, but the underlying correction in those franchises have become reasonably steep. For example, we just spoke about OMCs. So combination of consumption, combination of retail financiers, combination of...
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Rajgir. But I think there's a big political development that's happening in the state of Karnataka, and this could really turn the apple cart, so to say. We're given to understand that the Congress and the JDS are likely to approach the governor claiming a halfway mark in the assembly. Sonia Gandhi is known to have made that call to Deve Gowda, and Ghulam Nabi Azad is also working with Deve Gowda to ensure that this happens. Kumaraswamy, we've been given to understand, has been offered the position of the Chief Minister. Let me take this across to a constitutional expert. Mr. Subhash Kashyap joins us right here. And so we're given to understand that the anti-defection law kicks in when there's a 2/3 majority of a party that leaves the party, and which is when they stay qualified as MLAs. I want to ask you, in a situation like this, when BJP may emerge as the single largest party, still not get to the halfway mark, and you have a Congress JDS post-poll alliance claiming that they have the numbers, what is the governor expected to do?
You see, the first thing is that it is still hypothetical because the formal final results are yet to arrive. The second, the question of anti-defection law comes in only for voting in the House, not for appointment by the governor. Third is that so far as the appointment is concerned, it is for the governor to decide. It is entirely his discretion. Ideally, he should invite the leader of the largest party or leader of the pre-poll alliance. If there is a pre-poll alliance and that gets majority, then the governor can give preference to that leader. If there is no pre-poll alliance, then he should call the leader of the largest party first. Fourthly, the ideal situation will be if the governor is not able to decide who commands the majority support in the House, then he can ask the House itself to elect its leader, as was done in the case of UP, when there were 2 claimants and ballot boxes were put in the House under the orders of the Supreme Court. And whosoever is elected the leader should be appointed as the Chief Minister. That will keep the governor out of all controversy and partisan politics.
Yeah, but considering we've seen a very recent example of Goa and of Meghalaya, where the single largest party did not form the government and was not invited given the post-poll alliances that came in, what is the sort of precedent that has set?
As I said, it is up to the discretion of the governor. If he is satisfied that the majority of the House is with the leader of the post-poll alliance, then he, in his discretion, he can invite the leader of that party also. So it is his discretion whether to invite the leader of the single largest party or the leader of the post-poll alliance. He has to decide who is likely to command the majority support in the House.
So it is really the governor's discretion, but we are given to understand that the Congress and the JDS are likely to approach the governor as early as this evening itself, claiming a full majority to form the next government. What is the governor then expected to do? Will he accept their proposal, ask them to prove majority, or will he accept their proposal and also invite the single largest party? In a scenario like this, what happens?
In the Bomai case, and also in the Sarkaria Commission report, it was clearly held that the question of majority has to be settled on the floor of the House, not on the roads of Raj Bhavan. So who commands majority support can be settled only by the House. The governor's discretion is only for appointing a person who he thinks is likely to command the majority support. Or he can leave it to the House to elect its leader. Send a message under Article 175 and ask the House to say in whom it has confidence.
Right. And just for the benefit of our viewers here, sir, because the markets are reacting very nervously to this story and as it's developing, just for the benefit of our viewers here, if the Congress and the JDS are not together and if the BJP falls short of numbers and wants some MLAs from the JDS, they will want at least 2/3 to defect, right?
Well, as I said, the question of anti-defection law comes only in regard to the voting in the House, not for appointment of the Chief Minister. Appointment of the Chief Minister.
That's what I'm asking, that they will need...
Yes,
that's exactly what I'm asking. They will need the 2/3 members of... That's the clarification I'm seeking, that they will need at least 2/3 of the members of the JDS to vote for them, right?
No, not for vote. They will need 2/3 majority in order to claim a merger with the other party. And for merger, if they claim merger and 2/3 are with them, then they will escape the provisions of anti-defection law, which would otherwise have disqualified them. And anti-defection law applies only to the voting in the House. It does not come into play beforehand.
Well, thank you. Fair enough. That's an important clarification, but thank you very much for joining us. Subhash Kashyap, one of India's best constitutional experts, really putting it in perspective. As far as inviting of the party is concerned, precedent is that you invite the single largest party, but in this case, because the Congress and JDS have decided there is a post-poll alliance and they will approach the governor, he perhaps will have to invite them first, given that they are claiming that they have the numbers. Let's see what the final trends will be. The BJP may be well short of about 6 odd seats there. And like Subhash Kashyap is pointing out, just to break it down for our viewers here, they don't need to prove a majority to the governor. They just simply need to say they will have the majority, which will further be tested on the floor of the House. And on the floor of the House, if the BJP falls short of numbers and some JDS MLAs are needed, it cannot just handpick and get 4 or 5. It will then have to be at least 2/3 of those members who will have to vote for the BJP. Otherwise, they will be disqualified. So I think that clarifies the situation. It's a dramatic turn of events. Let's see what unfolds from here on. I also think we need to wait till the single last ballot is counted because this is a quick situation. I think the margins are very small. They're fluctuating very fast. It was 104 seats, now it's 108. So let's see how this situation unfolds.
You know, I'm still trying to understand, Supriya. I mean, who is the governor of Karnataka, and is he a BJP governor? Is he a Congress governor? I guess that ultimately will have the largest role to play.
No, Nikunj. Governors are all supposed to be appointed by the president of the country. They're all supposed to be non-political, non-partisan people. So I'm not going to guess I'm not going to hazard any guess about whether he's a BJP or a Congress sympathizer. I think they're supposed to be non-partisan. They're supposed to be representing the president in the state that they're appointed in. And so let's not hazard guesses. I think there is a precedent that has been set in Goa and Meghalaya, earlier precedents in the SR Bommai case, and that's the case everybody quotes of 1991. So there there has been precedent where the single largest party has been invited, has not been able to form the government, like in the case of Rajiv Gandhi in 1989. I mean, despite VP Singh becoming the Prime Minister, he was the single largest party, or Atal Bihari Vajpayee in 1996. So let's wait and watch. The governor will perhaps be a very crucial role that he will play. Let's see how that unfolds.
All right, Supriya, twisting the tail, and I don't think markets entirely are reacting to the latest political development. I mean, sometimes market, they need a reason to correct, and today's so-called political twists and turns may just have given bears to book bulls to book some profits and bears also to make a comeback. Sandeep Sabharwal, let's keep the politics aside. It's right now like a T20 match, ball by ball commentary. It's just turning and it's twisting. But from a market standpoint, markets have got what they wanted, which is that BJP has emerged as a force to reckon with in Karnataka, and the performance is much better than what they did last time and much better than a lot of conservative estimates. So on that account, I guess market should be celebrating.
Yeah, so eventually the markets and the economy would be happy with the result, but they will not be happy immediately because the markets had built in, I would say, much more than what is coming through eventually. And the Indian markets had actually ignored all global risk, global corrections, etc. in the last up move of the last few weeks. So I would think that from a macro perspective in terms of developmental action and what the government will do in the future, it augurs well for India and as a corollary to the markets. But the markets have to give up some of their gains. They have rallied 1,000 points without any correction. So when they were up 900 points, I said that they have to give up 50% of the gain. They corrected a bit, then they came back. So I think we should see a correction of 50% of the overall rise, which could be around 400, 500 points from the top. And once that happens, I think then we should be ready to buy again.
Okay, on that note, let's take a much deserved break. Haven't done that. Markets surely have taken a break from those heights of 10,900. We've given up a good 100 points from the top. 10,800, the breath is completely reversed. And I guess, the positioning was that if indeed there is a big dip, that be bought into, any uptick should be sold into, and that seems to be playing out. Tata Steel ahead of its numbers is holding very strong. Asian Paints continue to rally after its stellar earnings performance. We'll discuss all of these stocks, but after this quick break. Two big numbers.
Choppy and unpredictable Tuesday. Will it be a stable Wednesday, or will the poll madness continue to have impact on benchmark indices?
Not just that, important day for nifty numbers, especially from the metal sector. You've got the big boys, Tata Steel and Hindalco, coming out with their numbers. What should you expect given the rally in Tata Steel ahead of its numbers reporting? We'll analyze all of that on the market, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Done. वो L&T डिफेंस छोड़ो, ये इम्पोर्टेंट है.
अरे पर तीनों का जाना है ना. Okay, half an hour to go, a little over that for the markets to short trade, and it's been a fairly volatile session today. 10,800 on the index. For the broader markets, we're seeing more by way of unwinding pressures, about 1.25% lower as we speak. And Sandeep, that just brings me to, the question that I have on the broader markets, not quite catching up with the index, and you're seeing unwinding pressure grip the broader end once again. So not only are we off the day's highs, but the pain in the broader markets continues.
Yeah, so I think that's been the feature of the market in the latest up move, where it became so narrow that it was just about a very few set of stocks, maybe Kotak Bank, HDFC Bank, HDFC IndusInd Bank, maybe Reliance. I think these were just the 4-5 stocks which were driving the index, or TCS. The rest of the market was either languishing or going down. And today we are in a scenario where many of these stocks are priced to perfection in a manner. And when they have moved up by 10-15%, many stocks in the broader market, companies which have even reported good results, have come down by 10 to 20%. So I think as this correction unfolds, which I think it should over the next few days and weeks, the better value would lie in the broader market rather than in these set of highly valued large caps.
Okay. It's quite a substantial correction from higher levels, 120, 130 points correction. And as I see from our chartist calls, we are getting some sell call as well. And Dr. Narayan, you are suggesting to buy Kotak Bank, but you are not liking what is happening in Divi's lab, some correction from higher levels, and you are suggesting to short Divi's? Okay, and Kunal, let's go to your calls. Even you too are optimistic on Tata Steel. Dr. Nayan was highlighting that how stock is moving higher. You mentioned about, there can be a selling pressure on stocks, but what is interesting is you are suggesting to buy ICICI Bank, and that's one stock which determines Bank Nifty trend and sometimes even Nifty trend.
So yes, Siddharth, I think ICICI Bank is one of the stocks which I would believe is still holding on to its key support levels of the 200 moving average and the psychological mark of 300 as well. So post that gap up with the stock had seen post the results day or the results reactions day, I think after that the stock has gone through a stable consolidation, sort of grinding in a range, 300 acting as a good amount of floor or a support for the stock price, and you see some bit of selling pressure emerging at 310, 315 levels. But I believe that the fact that the stock is consolidating,
Kunal, just hang in there. Apologies for that. The current Chief Minister, Siddaramaiah, is holding a press conference. Let's cut across to that.
Evening. Hopefully we will go together and give in writing to the governor to form the government, because both JDS, Congress and some allies put together, as the trends go as of now, it seems to be our number put together are more than BJP. So this has been decided in consultation with both, as the leaders are here, and our central leadership also is in know of this, Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji, and this has been already discussed with the Devi Gowda ji and Kumaraswamy ji. So the rest detail will be worked out after we give in writing to the
That's, Congress, JDS talking about their post-poll alliance and also talking about other parties, and that other parties probably just include two others, which you can see on the numbers when it comes to polls.
So just a word before we move forward. That was Ghulam Nabi Azad, the Congress politician, and he's categorically saying in this soundbite that they will give it in writing to the governor to form the government. So it seems like it's going to be a complete neck-and-neck fight. It's going to be an extremely close call, and that will continue to keep the markets on tenterhooks, I guess.
I think the ball is now in governor's court, whether he accept this or call single largest party, which is BJP. So interesting times, but volatile times for market. So let's take some more trading ideas. And Manas, all sell call list, but let's discuss Bata and C8.
See, in Bata, Siddharth, the stock was facing a lot of resistance near to 800 for last, I think, 2-3 weeks time, and since today it has broken the neckline of head and shoulder pattern on the hourly chart, and stock is trading below 50-day moving average. I think here you may see some more correction. Here the target would be around 700, the stop loss should be 776. And second is C8, because we have seen a sharp fall in last 7 trading sessions, but today it has broken its previous low of 1420. So I think here you may see some more selling pressure. Target would be around 1350 and stop loss should be 1430.
Okay, these are if we have Dr. Narayan, then let's understand from him that why he is buying Kotak Bank. Aisha, a lot of news flowing in. Take over, Aisha.
Yeah, each time you start talking, there's some breaking news or the other. Okay, Lupin numbers. We were working with a PAT figure of 337 crore rupees. What is the PAT performance like? It's a consolidated loss of 784 crore rupees. That's a little disturbing, because we were expecting the US business to decline by about 3% on a sequential basis at about $207 million. But consolidated of 784 crore rupees, there seems like there is a one-time hit. I will quickly urge my producer to mic up Pankaj, who tracks the sector and the company rather closely, because this seems like a case of a one-time hit. Vivek is here. Vivek, we were working with a figure of 337 crore rupees on the PAT, but the consolidated loss, and that to such a humongous one, seems like there is a one-time hit for sure. I'm just awaiting by what the top line details are like, because that there also we're expecting a dip. But let's see how big the dent is and whether or not Lupin manages to match up with that number of about 3,900 odd crore rupees that we're working with. Yeah, we were working with a PAT figure. There seems to be like a massive one-time hit that they may have been taken. We are expecting the margins to be absolutely flat this time around, and they should see a decline on a sequential basis because of higher R&D expensive as well, which Lupin is likely to incur in the quarter gone by. The US sales, though, they should benefit from Tamiflu capsules as well as Axiron launch. But let's just wait by and see what the nitty-gritties of this number are like. On the revenues, this seems like an inline set, but Pat, optically, while it may be looking like this is a deep, deep gash, I'm sure that there is a one-time hit, which is why you're seeing the stock go just about all over the place. Vivek, what explains this loss figure from Lupin?
Well, if you're talking about Lupin, you're absolutely right. It seems like a one-off figure. I haven't still looked at the internals. But the one thing that seems to have aided the company is the launch of Tamiflu. Remember, Natco Pharma actually saw a decline in the market share, and the market was pricing in the fact that Lupin 2 is going to see severe pricing erosion as well as market share erosion. That doesn't seem to have happened as far as Lupin is concerned, which is why you've actually seen a significant amount of gain on a sequential basis in the US business. This is something that the market will take quite positively. The other thing to watch out for in the press release would be the US sales figures, and it appears as though the US sales figures has come in a little above the $210 million mark, and this is something again that the market will look very closely at. Overall, the numbers, the standalone numbers look quite weak, and this is something that the market was pricing in.
Okay, I think this is Gavis integration which may have costed them, and again this is one acquisition where they had paid top dollar. They bought an expensive company. When we quizzed them when they bought Gavis, they said, look, it's a high-tech company which we bought, which is into specialty drugs, and I think that bet for Lupin has not paid very well. But Vivek, you pointed about the US business, so I don't have the numbers with me, but I just want you to loudly mention them for the benefit of our viewers. Has the total percentage from US gone higher? And B, is there any mention of margin and how margins in the US economy have moved, or how margins for the US business have moved?
Well, if you're talking about the US business margins, it's actually a little lower than what was expected, simply because of the fact that pricing erosion has continued to happen. The other thing is, as you rightly mentioned, it is the Gavis acquisition, and the company has actually taken a one-time hit for this particular acquisition. The main figure that we are still waiting for is the US sales figure, and that would give us a clear indication of how Tamiflu has performed as far as Lupin is concerned for this particular quarter. And the other thing to watch out for also, Lupin, remember 3 of the facilities are under the US FDA import alert. We are very eagerly waiting to say whether the remediation measures are completed and what the management has to say as far as the conference call is concerned.
Okay, Bhavesh Gandhi, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. A complete write-off of Gavis, isn't it? I mean, whatever Lupin paid for Gavis a couple of years ago, it was an expensive acquisition that time, and now they're simply admitting it that, look, sorry shareholders, we messed up. Bhavesh, is my voice reaching you?
Yeah, it is clear now.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that this write-off of Gavis, markets knew that this acquisition never worked for Lupin, and now it's just that Lupin is officially admitting it.
Yeah, so given the scale of write-off, I believe it is close to 1,500 odd crores, if I'm not mistaken. Hello?
Yes, it is 1,500 crore, 1,494 to be precise.
Yeah, so given the scale, obviously they would have recognized the challenges. And either ways, we have seen the difficulty in sort of ramping up the Gavis revenue and the hurdles the company has faced. So, but I think apart from that, the results were broadly in line. Just a few basis points in terms of margin beat, but I don't think that is substantial or meaningful.
Any word on the US generic business? Specifically, I mean, I don't have the income statement with me, but in case you have it, can you point out that how the US business has moved for them, both in terms of margins and also in terms of historical pattern?
Access to the detailed segment-wise breakup. So as of now, even I cannot comment what is the top-line breakup.
Okay, I have some numbers coming in now, so hopefully I can share with you. Their sales in US, they've gone down, and they've gone down by about 18%. Now, US sales were expected to go down because of price erosion, and there's a 18% drop. What kind of numbers were you working with?
I was probably working with a US dollar number of somewhere around $215 million to 5.
Yeah, roughly about 207 actually is what Pankaj's poll was also throwing up. While he was expecting a bit of a dip to come in, 224 largely you would have to say is a slight bit of a beat actually. Just according to the ET Now polls, the stock really has been all over the place. Bhavesh, the stock of course is considerably down from its 52-week high or year high I should say, that of roughly about 1325 thereabouts. Just given how the earnings performance has been, the fact that it's in line, would you revise your price estimates on Lupin or would they remain as is?
I think probably the earnings estimate would remain the same. I do not think the Q4 numbers warrant any change. And our stock would continue to remain negative on the stock.
Okay, so Bhavesh, where do we go from here on Lupin? Do you think Lupin is still a hope stock? Lupin is a stock where you would wait for some more evidence, some more migration towards the value integrated space before you're convinced that the worst is behind Lupin?
I think the story of sort of more foray into or a more sort of fixed foray into specialty and complex generics, as we have seen with all pharma companies, that is taking time and a lot of investments on a part of the company. So yes, I think for larger companies to have a higher proportion and a larger proportion from specialty business, those things will take time. You need to establish your own brand and so on and so forth, or alternatively have good assets which are sort of protected in the sense they are limited competition products. So yes, migrating the portfolio from regular oral solids towards such a thing would obviously take time.
Right. So all in all, Bhavesh, how do you then, put the pecking order for pharma post Lupin earnings? How is it that you position Lupin within the pharma pack now?
So in terms of positioning, I would still stay away from some of the frontline names for now, and selectively look for some of the values in some of the mid-cap names.
Purvi Shah as well joins in. Bhavesh, we'll let you go on that note. Purvi, seems like an inline set. Yes, there is that one-time hit, which is why the loss looks all that deep. How have you stacked up the numbers?
Even if there is a one-time loss and because of the exceptional items, I guess the numbers, if you see the region-wise number also, they don't seem to be looking so great. So I think the commentary and clarification from the management is something probably that may be looked forward to eagerly.
Right. Purvi, your take on the stock post these earnings?
See, we have a reduced rating on the stock, so I guess post the call we may take a look on our numbers depending on what kind of a guidance do they have for FY19.
Okay, we let you go at that. Thanks very much for giving us that quick perspective. Lupin's earnings on your screen. The verdict is out, 2% down, brings to a loss in Q4. We'll take a break on that note. We are counting down to the market close as well. Just about 20 minutes to go for that. A little over 20 minutes. We'll get you the closing trades.
One-time loss coming in for Lupin on account of the Gavis Group acquisition. Let's cut across. The management is holding its conference call. Let's hear out from them.
In a sense, we have been pretty conservative on this move. Conservative because we've impaired based again on current performance, and it does not necessarily reflect the intrinsic value of the overall portfolio, which we believe is still pretty high. What we have actually done is to impair values of products where the performance has been low as compared to what their initial expectations were. But if you were to take up products which are still there in the portfolio that have not been launched, the value would still be pretty high. So in that sense, we are still conservative. On the operational front, as Dr. Sharma was saying, it's been a good quarter vis-a-vis the recent quarters. Sales is up by 2% vis-a-vis the sequential quarter, the previous quarter Q3. Gross margins are also high at 65.3 vis-a-vis the previous quarter. EBITDA margins have also gone up by about 3.1%. Tailwinds in the form of Tamiflu launch in America. Forex certainly helped. But overall, there's been robust performance across all our geographies. The EMEA region, Latin America, both Brazil and Mexico did very well. Philippines in the APAC region has done very well. India, of course, Q4 has always been a weak quarter, but overall for the full year, it's been a great performance. As Dr. Sharma was saying, besides the Gavis impairment, there's also been a wind down of the DTA on account of Trump's reforms on the tax front. The DTA on the unrealized profits has been wound down, and part of that is captured during the course of this quarter also. If it were normalized for these situations, the profit after tax for the current year could well have been 353 crores. And that's not obviously the case now because we have taken exceptional items. But there are a lot of other green shoots, which are visible at this stage, and it's for Vinita to take it up. Over to you, Vinita.
As Dr. Sharma as well as Ramesh highlighted, we have closed the quarter on a strong note. When we look at our full year performance, save the U.S. generic business, every other segment of our business and every region has grown, which demonstrates the strength of a diversified business. In the U.S. generic business as well, while the Fortimet and Glumetza franchise saw significant pressure due to additional competition, our inline products grew despite price erosion, despite price pressures, which was very encouraging for us. Our team worked very hard to offset some of the erosion of metformin by trying to really maximize share where possible on the inline products. Apart from the generic business, the brand business in the U.S. has grown extremely well in the U.S. On the back of Methagene, and we look forward to the upcoming launch of Solosec that is going to be an anchor product for our women's health business. As we mentioned, apart from the U.S., every other geography has grown. In tough market conditions, it's not been easy in any region. As Dr. Sharma said, there have been pricing pressures across all major markets, but we have recorded growth in every region that the company has a presence in. As we look at our progress on strategic growth drivers, despite all the challenges on the generic side of the business in the U.S., our company has been very committed in evolving our pipeline of complex generics. We believe that's the future of the generic industry, and in building specialty. And we're very pleased that in both areas we have made progress. In complex generics in particular, we made significant progress through the year, and in specialty we have made some progress. On the complex generic front, on biosimilars, as some of you may know.
Okay, Sanjeev Zarbade joins us, Vice President PCG Research with Kotak Securities. Sanjeev, lots of questions coming your way, but let's start with Lupin. What do you make of the numbers?
We have not studied Lupin numbers, they have just come, but our overall take on the pharmaceutical companies that we have is that we are more positive on Cipla because of the least exposure of the company to the US markets and the fact that they have a good lineup of ANDA filings. At the same time, the leverage for the stock has also come down. So while I would not be in a position to comment on Lupin numbers, but our view on the sector and within that we prefer to be with Cipla at the moment.
What are you telling your clients who are part of your private client group? Should they raise cash, create some headroom because markets could unwind, or right now don't fear correction because those who try to connect macros and those who try to connect valuation as challenges for the market, they've really not made money. So what I'm trying to understand from you, Sanjeev, is that are you telling your clients to sit tight or raise cash as this market will give you better entry points?
Yeah, so that's a very difficult call to take, but the sense that we are getting from the dealing room is that large clients, especially in the month of May, have been to a large extent inactive. They are on their own sitting on the sidelines waiting to see how the market pans out, because while the global markets have been strong and taking cue from that, even the Indian markets have remained resilient, but clearly the macroeconomic risks have continued to rise, whether it is crude oil prices, the inflation, or the other risks that come with it. So I think that and especially this one event of elections was also there. Now my view is that the markets will start looking at the remaining earnings that are there and the monsoons that will be there, and also how the global macro commodities pan out. But at the moment, the large investors from our side, they are to a large extent sitting on the sidelines waiting for the markets to correct and then look at the stocks.
Right. Nikunj, on this pharma space now, most of the speakers, and Sanjeev also is talking about that invest in stocks which don't have much of exposure in US. But then there is this other theory where, you know, rupee depreciation also helps companies which have decent amount of exposure towards US. And also, don't you think that the worst of it is already discounted and stocks have already corrected? Like case in point, Lupin is trading at 52-week low. How down the stock can go from current levels?
See, that the way I look at pharma is that prices have come down, but P multiples have not come down. So Lupin has not become like a single-digit P stock. You know, the case in IT was that, of course, different growth rates. IT stocks had corrected in a very sharp manner, and there was time and price-wise correction. And IT companies had come down to P multiples which were almost in early double digit. I mean, TCS had come down to 14-15 times. Infosys 1 year forward was almost available at 8-9 times. There was a promise of a buyback, and there was again cash on the book, which in a sense changed their P multiples. Why? Because when you are giving cash back to shareholders, the stocks will completely get re-rated. So there were other factors which were at play, and then came the US recovery. So with pharma, you can't say that decisively. And again, pharma is so complex, the competition is large, the competition has only intensified. One side is manufacturing, second side is pricing power, third side you've got what's going on with the entire Trump administration, who've said that, look, we want to come out with better affordable healthcare plans. So who's going to take the haircut here?
Too many variables.
Will it be the insurance companies? Will it be the middlemen in the US generic space? Will it be Indian pharma companies? So it's a very complicated space. And even if you buy it right now, the margin of safety, which is always a function of valuations and the market cap of the company, is not terribly in your favor. Yeah. There are other sectors which give you a better promise in the near term.
Which was the case in IT?
IT was cheap. They did a buyback, and IT stocks moved 6 months after the buyback.
Right.
I mean, I think Infosys buyback came late last year. TCS buyback came again about 12 months ago, and TCS moved a year after the buyback.
Okay, I think PNB numbers are also going to hit the screen anytime now. Very critical, those numbers. Okay, I'm just awaiting those numbers to flash on the screen. But, it'll be important to, given the news flow on PNB, important to assess their performance at this quarter round. 2.5% down, 87.10. The long-term flow for PNB has really been $70. I don't know what the numbers would report that would really dent the stock from here. But it'll be interesting to see what kind of numbers they come out with this time.
Stock prices are reacting sharply. Tanvir,
The
stock is already down by
200 crore rupees is the loss number that we were working with. And again, this is off the record. This is just a sum and substance of or estimate of what various brokerages on the street were expecting. Widely varying estimates because of the losses, because of uncertainty on the quantum of LOUs, the fraud liability which is going to be booked in this particular quarter. So you can't really put your finger on what is the number that the street was working with and whether this is above, below or in line with estimate. But yeah, suffice to say, there is going to be a huge loss that you're going to see on PNB's numbers. 13,420 crore rupees. That's an ouch figure because, you know, we were best case scenario working with 3,200 to about 5,000 odd crore rupees. This is a washout.
That's the market.
You know, this is your PNB fraud number, which gets included into it. And, you know, even the Reserve Bank of India had given them this mandate that they could defer the PNB liability, the entire Nirav Modi scam into 2 or 3 quarters. I mean, they've decided to take a large charge. Look at a bank like with Canara Bank. They've reported a fat loss of about 4,600 crore or 4,500 crore for the quarter gone by, and they had no large Nirav Modi problem. So there was this RBI new ordinance, and then on top of that, there would be some provisioning which would have happened because of Nirav Modi. So it just cannot get worse than that, and it's like a nightmarish scenario if you are a PNB shareholder or if you are associated with PNB, because two problems came together. RBI's new guidelines, and PNB as it is had struggled in the past because of the exposure to jewelry companies, power companies, and then telecom companies. And then look at it. I mean, provisionings have gone up. Loss is at 13,000 crore. I wonder what will happen to their net worth and what will happen to their tier 1 capital. Government infusion had come in, but large part of the infusion would have completely evaporated. So I don't think PNB will go what the Dena Bank or the Allahabad Bank way. I mean, I don't think RBI is going to stop them from lending because they're just too large and too critical. But look at it this way.
Yeah, but you know, I guess with not just PNB, Nikunj, with all other PSU banks, Allahabad Bank alike, which is also going to be such kind of a reportage, you got to ask yourself that whether with Q4 is all the poison out of the system, and are they likely to see a remarked turnaround in the next quarter onwards, or is there more pain which is left to be felt in the next quarterly numbers?
And Nikunj, is also that how much more additional capital do they have, you know, for them to start lending again and, you know, bring about that quality lending? Because at the end of the day, this is just one part of the story. Having a bad loan is just one part of the story, writing it off. But for growth momentum to kick in, they need to have adequate capital. If most of their capital goes in writing off bad loans, you know, what capital would be left for them to extend out lending? Sanjeev, you want to come in on that? You know, what's most interesting to me, Sanjeev, is that the stock is not broken. Okay, it's down 3%. I think a large part of this may have been factored in. Their net interest income has not done a whole lot. There's been a drop there. But, you know, still, one has not seen the kind of retesting of historical lows on PNB as one was anticipating. I clearly remember, and the period chart for PNB can come up for our viewers, the 5-year low on this one was $70, which it made in the October quarter of 2016 when they reported a really bad performance. It hasn't quite gone there. I don't know whether, you know, in a follow-through trade, that will be the mark that they would reach, but it's really still holding on to levels. It's a slow and steady grind down. Sanjeev?
Yes, so so far as the entire space for the public sector banks is concerned, we have seen that this RBI regulations has really will really dent the bottom lines of these banks. Also, the focus of the public sector banks will now be, instead of growing their business, will be more on correcting their overall balance sheet. And I think the advantage of this will be taken by the NBFCs. So at the moment, we would rather be wait on the sidelines so far as the public sector banks is concerned until the entire picture becomes clear and these banks start focusing on growth. And only then we can actually look at making any fresh investments and taking any fresh call on the companies like public sector on PNB.
Certainly that stock, you know, though it was not correcting, now we are seeing it's down by almost 6% and selling pressure continues. It would be interesting to see that after these quarterly numbers, the next quarter, whether, you know, companies would report, continue to report such losses, or will they struggle on the top line front? But interestingly, no takers as of now for PSU banks. Interesting times. Let's take some closing ideas at this point of time. And Manas, I'll come to you first. You are suggesting to short Muthoot Finance.
Muthoot Finance is a sell because stock has already broken its 200-day moving average, and after today's move, I think the possibility is very high that here you may see some more downside. So target would be around 405, stop loss should be 435.
Kunal, FMCG stocks have been doing well. You have been, optimistic on some of the names, but the closing strategy is in Colgate. That stock is up by 4% in a market which has been very volatile, trying to, move towards those all-time high levels, resistance from it, 1170 from where it has reached. You think this time it would breach those levels?
So yes, Siddharth, I think it's a clear case of a price volume breakout, both on the short term as well as on the positional charts, say over the spread over the last 1.5 or 2 months odd. Volumes today are exceptionally high. Stock closing at the high point of the day, even when the markets are a bit volatile. So I think that's sort of credible enough that the stock should come back to hit its previous all-time high levels, which is around that 1170, 1175 odd mark. So that should be the target range. From the near term, I'm suggesting a buy with stop loss to be kept at 1125.
Crude at 78 plus levels. Dr. Narayan, let's discuss BPCL as your closing trade. Though OMCs are increasing fuel prices on daily basis, second consecutive day of hike in prices, though very token, 17 paisa and 13 or 14 paisa. What's your take over here?
Well, I think this was just something which was held out in abeyance, right, over the last 15 days when this election thingy was on. And now that it's out of the way, we will now see probably a rise in prices almost every day, and perhaps that is what the OMC stocks are really factoring in. BPCL today up in a market which seems to be losing steam, but even to the end of the day, it's holding on to its gains. I think slow progress here, nothing great, but then consistent progress. Short-term price target, so therefore a BTST call with a target at about 412 to 414. Buy with a stop at 398.
Yeah. Well, today it's just been a handful of winners. So Lupin's reacted to its numbers. There's been a Tata Steel ahead of its numbers that's holding out. Titan continues its up move. And then you're seeing that strength today is restricted to quality. So Kotak Bank is up. Asian Paints, which has delivered exceptionally well on its earnings, that's managed to hold out. There's the good old HDFC Bank, which goes home with a 1% gain. And Bajaj Finance has seen some serious amount of up move. That also is up a good 2.5%. But aside of that, it's really been cuts and corners all over. It's a reversal of position really that the market started off day with. So be it Tata Motors, which is down 4%, SBI, which is down 2.5%. There's an Indiabulls Housing down. ITC ahead of its numbers. Tomorrow is down 1.25%. There's Sun Pharma, couple of these OMCs like an IOC as well as reverse trend. L&T is down, Reliance Industries is down. There's a Bharti which continues to be under pressure. ICICI Bank as well drifts into the red. So you've really seen a flight towards quality in today's session, and only those names have managed to hold out. But Kunal, since we've been discussing Tata Motors as well on a daily basis, what explains this massive cut today?
So yeah, Aisha, I think the last 2-3 days, both Tata Motors and DVR, they had seen that reversal, which happened, I think 5 days back when the stocks were up 5%, 6% up, both on the back of some strong OI built up as well as some, cash-based buying. But that, got reversed quite, viciously over the last four trading sessions. And today you're seeing more aggravated selling pressure. So not just the stock was down in the first, half of the opening, but I think it remained under selling pressure both, when the index was moving up higher, Nifty was up 100 odd points, the stock was still down. And when the Nifty corrected, I think the stock continued to see some increased selling pressure. So I think that sort of, gives in a worry that maybe the short-term trend could be damaged for both these stocks. And now I believe Tata Motors is nearing the psychological 300 mark, which I don't remember the last time the stock had seen, I think just about a few years back. So, that itself could probably dent, dent the sentiment for the stock even further. So I think that stock should be, considered to be sort of avoided. And now it continues to be in that spiral of, lower highs and lower lows. So I think short-term traders should try and avoid going for contra longs and wait for durable signs of bottom formations.
Okay, let's start winding down the market because this has really been a day of big reversals. So from the start of trade up until now, it's a completely different picture that you're seeing. Around heightened volatility, and today you could account it all to the Karnataka elections. The verdict, a clear mandate, still not out, and I guess that uncertainty is pretty reflective in the market closing too.
It sure is. You know, we were gunning for 11,000 at the start of the trading session, saying that there's so much conviction in the markets, and now that's completely reversed. Take a look at the overall tone of the markets. You're seeing red across the board, and clearly that's being reflected in the advanced decline ratio by the time we shut shop, decisively in favor of the losing side. And now 10,800 just about being maintained. We're 40 points off on the Sensex as well to close around 35,540. The broader end of the market as well is seeing us quite a bit of selling pressure, and remember that has changed its course from the mid-afternoon session as well. So the mid and the small cap indices down and out, and it's a long list of losers from pretty much all the sectors. Tata Motors is the biggest drag on the screen, 4% being shaved off. You've got SBI as well as Coal India feeling the heat. Indiabulls Housing Finance, Grasim, something like Bharti Infratel, Z Entertainment, and Reliance Industries is a big drag on the index. Names that have managed to stand out despite the kind of unsteady move that you've seen on the frontline index include the likes of Tata Steel. You had Power Grid that held its head up high, Bajaj Finance in the green. Lupin, it's not been the best of quarters, but yeah, you can see some sort of a move come in on that stock. Titan as well as UPL and Kotak Bank along with HUL stood out in trade today. In fact, let's just walk you through some of the other newsmakers. The management was very bullish of Lupin on the back of the conference call. This time around, the overall US sales were down 20%. It posted a consolidated loss of 777 crore rupees. You also had PNB towards the fag end of the trading session. It delivered its numbers. A 13,000 crore rupee loss is what they delivered. Asset quality has worsened, and clearly the stock under pressure in trade today. And then you had lots of movers in the trading session, the likes of Dr. Lal Path Labs, very strong commentary on the back of the competitive landscape improving. Something like a Power Grid stood out in trade today, inclusion in the MSCI index. You had Britannia, which reacted to its earnings, top line growth up by about 20%. Then there was Emphasis, that was a green spot in trade today. Dilip Bilkon had a pretty fabulous run. DMart, Siemens, Colgate were some of the other stocks. While the long list of mid-cap losers include Adani Transmission, Allahabad Bank, Bajaj Hindustan, Rain Industries yet again, and Reliance Communications as well.
Thanks for that, Avan. Certainly, there were a lot of stocks where we did see action. Don't go by this headline number of Nifty just down by 4-5 points and Bank Nifty absolutely flat. Look at the components of indices or broader market. There has been huge move in mid-cap names, and especially on the downside. We are talking about Nifty reaching that 10,929 mark, just 2% away from all-time high. But mid-cap Nifty, mid-cap 50, that index continued to correct, and today too that index was down by 1%. And my question is coming your way, Kunal. Now, recent up move which we saw in Nifty mid-cap 50 and the correction which followed in last 2 weeks have retraced almost 61.8, and that's the level, you know, technically is important. That retracement is already done. Do you think this is a sign of weakness and mid-cap stock would continue to correct? Do you think or this 61.8 retracement would act as a support for this index?
So, you know, when I was just looking at the charts for the last 4 months, I think the January high is where you start assessing whether the 61.8% retracement is a good enough retracement level or not. Now look at the mid-cap index high in January 2018, it was somewhere closer to 5,700 odd. Now in the month of February, when the markets corrected, when most of the indices corrected, the mid-cap index, they corrected till 4,700. So net if you try and look at the retracement, so that sharp fall, the retracement or the rally which happened was very close to that 61.8% or 62.8% kind of retracement level for the mid-cap index. And now you are seeing one more leg of correction. And this correction is also 61.8% retracement of the rally from February. So this now becomes more of a structured correction which we are looking at on the mid-cap index. And also today, I think it's just about in touching distance of breaking the 200-day moving average on closing basis as well. So this level of 5,000 on the Nifty mid-cap index should be a key support level. If we break that 5,000 mark on closing basis, we would breach not just the long-term average, but we would breach the 61.8% retracement support, and that itself should lead to more aggravated selling pressure. It's possible that below that 5,000 mark, you could look at the index or the Nifty mid-cap index going back to those February lows which we had seen few months back.
Well, the way mid-cap 50 is reacting and correcting, Kunal, it seems just a matter of time that support would probably go. and the pain which some of the names are facing or some of the stocks have been correcting is leading to a lot of portfolio pain. And that bring me to you, Sanjeev. Now, as a broking firm, you have large cap stock recommendation and mid cap stocks recommendation, and when you see that mid cap portfolio suffering even when market is in bull run, how should the strategy align when it comes to portfolio? Should one move out of mid caps and be in safe zone in large caps, or is it good time now to invest in mid caps because it is just a cycle? You are still in a bull market and mid caps have corrected and probably given a good opportunity to re-enter. How you would don that hat?
Yes, so in our strategy report released at the beginning of this month, we have been saying that we need to increase the allocation to large caps for the current fiscal because of the higher volatility that we expect. Having said that, we have also seen that mid caps, the valuation premium to the broad index had increased substantially. It had substantially in the sense that the premium was the highest in the last several years, and it was only a matter of time that it could correct, and that is what we have started to see. The other thing that we have seen is that in the last 1 month that some of the large caps have come out with very good earnings numbers, like Infosys, yesterday HUL, a couple of private sector banks. So the focus has again started to shift from mid caps to the large caps. So there is some churning happening, but what we are saying to our clients is that have a higher share of large caps and focus on those mid caps where there is good earnings growth visibility that is there. So in that, some of the infrastructure names like Dilip Buildcon, which has seen good number of order intake happening, some of the agri equipment companies like Escorts fit into the overall basket. So that is what we are saying. We are much less overweight on mid caps or pushing mid caps at this point of time.
Well, finding stocks which would beat the street, that's the challenge, Sanjeev, always faced by investor community. But thank you for throwing light on that issue and giving some of your ideas when it comes to fundamental investment. Also, our technical experts, thank you for joining us and sharing your trading ideas and index calls when it comes to market. Let's take a quick commercial break. On the other side of the break, we'll dissect market and implication of what's happening politically. So stay tuned.
It's been a fairly choppy and rough ride for the markets today as they try to absorb in the Karnataka mandate, and considering it's not been a clear mandate, a decisive victory for any of the party, now that we know that the JDS is joining hands with the Congress, you don't really know the fate of which party is going to be forming the government. You know, the new twist in the battle really continues, and here's JDS accepting Congress offer for the Chief Minister's post, has agreed to form a coalition government with the incumbent Congress. The outgoing Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is now meeting the Governor of Karnataka as we speak, while the senior BJP leaders plan the way forward. Here's some perspective from some of them.
This is the only decision we have taken in the party to support JDS, and JDS can form the government. We will support to head the government.
So far, result all has not announced. Final figure not known. Shortly, we will be knowing the exact figures. Then we will work out the future plan.
You know, in fact, I'm going to take you across to our correspondent Rahul Dayama, who is stationed right outside the Raj Bhavan. Remember, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is expected to meet the government at 4 p.m. Rahul, hi, afternoon. You know, all after all that drama that's transpired from morning 8 a.m. up until now that the JDS has decided to join hands with the Congress, what's the next plan of action? What can you expect when Siddaramaiah meets the governor today?
Asha, you're right. It's really been a nail-biting result. Really, early on, the trends indicated BJP had sort of clinched it. They had also sort of got the numbers in place. Seems like, you know, a big surprise that really we saw later on, because the BJP's tally decreased, staggering at around 104. And finally, we had Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad confirm that JDA, they have reached out to JDS and they have really accepted the offer. Also, you know, they have offered an olive branch, a big olive branch, by offering the CM's seat to JDS. So a very, very, interesting deal for JDS, and unlikely they'll reject it. I am really right now at Raj Bhavan, and you know, at around 4 p.m. is when CM Siddaramaiah is expected to come here and meet the governor. Remember, we saw something similar happen while BJP is saying that they are the single largest party and should get the first chance stake to really form the government. Political observers are questioning about what happened in Goa, in Meghalaya, that in spite of BJP not having the numbers, they did get those numbers, really looking at alliances and stake to form the government. So Congress is planning to do that, and the next few hours will really be crucial if the governor really accepts CM Siddaramaiah's really proposal that they have the numbers on them and want to form the government.
Yeah, seems like a nail-biting finish, almost like a thriller movie. You don't know which way this is going to end, but this is going to be an interesting one, and surely it's kept the markets as well on tenterhooks. What with that rally that's played out in the morning when it seemed like the BJP has an upper hand, we saw the Nifty hit the 10,900 mark, but soon after, you saw towards close, the rally completely fizzled out. We gave up all of our morning gains. The breath as well changed hands, and it's closed well in favor of the declines. A good 100-point cool-off from the top of the day is what the index has seen. On that note, we're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, more in the markets and more on the Karnataka verdict. Back with closing trades, and while it's sure been a rough and choppy ride for the markets, what would those fresh highs of 10,900 that we clocked and then completely cooled off from there, a good 100 points off from the top of the day at 10,800. It's been just select quality names which have managed to hold out. So there's been strength in Tata Steel, Bajaj Finance, Lupin after its numbers. There's been a TCS and Asian Paints which continues to see a nice smart follow through after its earnings managed to impress the street. But aside of that, all sector indexes have seen pain. Tata Motors, SBI, Indiabulls Housing, Sun Pharma, ITC ahead of its numbers tomorrow. There's also been L&T, there's been flat a move for HDFC, Hero MotoCorp has been flat, as has been the case with Reliance Industries, Axis and even M&M. But tomorrow is an important day for metals, considering the rally that Tata Steel has seen today. There's Tata Steel, Hindalco and JSW Steel, which are all going to be reporting their numbers. Mubina, tell us what can we expect?
All right, I'll start off first with Tata Steel. It's going to be a bit of a tepid quarter this time around. Remember that they have been posting very good set of numbers for the last couple of quarters. But yeah, we have seen that momentum of sorts slow down a bit. So the top line is seen degrowing 2.6% at 33,000 crore rupees. And the EBITDA is seen down a good 16%, which will cause the margins to compress to 17.9%. That's almost about a 280 basis points compression in the margins. Net profit, of course, this time around, because do remember the corresponding quarter had a major exceptional loss on a net basis of more than 4,000 crore rupees. The overall volumes will decline because the India operations were a bit muted this time, with the volume seen at about 3 million tons, down 7% because there was that Kalinganagar shutdown. But then again, the higher realizations will sort of support the top line and the EBITDA per ton. Tata Steel Europe as well, the volumes are seen at 2.5 million tons, with the EBITDA per ton seen at $74 per ton. So I guess most of the reasons why the Tata Steel consolidated numbers may be a bit compressed is because of the India operations. Talking about Hindalco, the top line there is seen growing just about 2.5%. And over there as well, there'll not be any fireworks when it comes to the margins, seen at 11.4% versus 12.2%. And the bottom line seen degrowing 5.5%, but that's because firstly volumes are very little changed. Top line growth is only going to be supported by pricing, because we have seen LME, aluminium and copper prices rise significantly during the period between January to March. But it's going to be the higher input costs, because caustic soda, alumina prices, all of them have actually risen substantially, and that is something that's going to hit the margins as well as the bottom line for Hindalco.
Yeah, Mubina, it's not just metals, but there's the all-important ITC, the big boy from the FMCG consumption space, a large conglomerate at that. Tell us, what can we expect on a consolidated basis?
Okay, talking about ITC, meantime, the top line is seen, growing by about 6% odd. EBITDA is seen growing 9.9%. That will cause margins as well to expand to 36.1% versus 34.8%. And the bottom line is seen growing 9.3%. Cigarette volumes, while the company does not come out with any clear indication of what the volume growth trajectory was like, usually analysts, it's something that analysts try to figure it out and work it out. We're expecting just about flattish volumes this time around. In fact, slight degrowth can be expected of -1%. There is even that price mix led growth that may aid cigarette revenues. The FMCG growth, revenue growth will come back in the low teens pace, and hotel business is expected to pick up significantly. So that is something as well that one must keep an eye out, how the shift in the business segments plays out for ITC.
Okay, important numbers day tomorrow. So on that note, Mubina, thank you very much for highlighting all that we can expect from Tata Steel, JSW, Hindalco and ITC. But we're going to wind down in this edition of Closing Trades. Thanks very much for watching.
What would you say in the last 1 year has been your star contributor?
Appy Fizz has been one of our fastest growing brands within our business.
What's next beyond mango and apple?
96% of the fruit-based beverage market continues to be dominated by mango even today.
Is it true that you've spent about 100 crores for this current campaign that we see?
That's right. We've sort of moved away just from vanilla plants and advertising to associating with large-scale properties.
Check 1, 2, check 1. Ow, 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 ow. Good afternoon, hello and welcome to this edition of Markets Tomorrow. I'm Nayantara Rai, New Delhi, and my co-anchor today is Tanveer Gill joining in from Mumbai. Hi Tanveer, good afternoon. Today it's all about Karnataka.
It is all about Karnataka, and you know, just when we thought it would be a clean sweep for the BJP, Nayantara, who would have expected that in the last hour, 11th hour actually, in 59th minute, there would be a twist in the tail. And as you know, indications are coming in, the JDS has said that they're doing everything to keep BJP out of power. So that just goes out to say that this will be a nail-biting finish to what has been either ways a high-profile state election run-up for the markets as well. And you know, in fact, just highlighting how markets reacted to the saga unfolding all day long today. Started off with a bang on expectation that BJP would have a clean sweep, and then closed with a bit of a whimper, given that now it seems like a tricky situation on who will form government in Karnataka. But you know what? My colleague Ajay Sharma has joined me to analyze the market trend for the benefit of our viewers. Ajay?
That's correct. It was almost in the final overs, the game changed, a complete U-turn in the market, and from 1.5%, 1.25% Nifty gains, we actually fell into the red as far as the Nifty and Bank Nifty was concerned in the last hour and a half of trade. That is because the sentiment, which at one point in time was almost looking like as if BJP reading would go up to 125. We had already went close to 120. That changed very drastically. The final reading on for BJP came down to as low as 105, and that gave an impression that it may, the fear was that if it falls to 100 or below, then the pole position which the BJP was, appearing to have gained in the first 2-3 hours of counting, completely changed. And the bulls were trapped very badly at higher levels in today's session. So it was very volatile. At one point in time, we were comfortably above the 10,900 mark, but by the dying moments of trade, all of that got reversed. And it is all about, bulls getting caught at the higher levels. So tomorrow will be very important, crucial, because whether Congress and JDS, form the government together, or because of single largest party, the governor calls BJP and gives them a chance to prove their majority, is something upon which market direction will depend. So clearly, either it will be a sharp gap up tomorrow morning, or it could be a big drawdown. But clearly, a big move coming tomorrow morning as well for Indian traders.
That's right. It's certainly going to be a big day for the Dalal Street, as Ajay is very
has pointed out either a gap down, a massive gap down, or a massive gap up, depending which way this cliffhanger goes. And Tanveer, that's exactly what it is, a cliffhanger. Through most of the day, it looked like BJP was going to win. It has emerged as the single largest party, but it looks as if the Congress wants to pull a Goa on the BJP. It has reached out to the JDS, and JDS has accepted the Congress offer of the chief ministerial post. There are plenty of press conferences that are expected through the day today, whether it's from Amit Shah in New Delhi. Incidentally, he has also sent senior ministers like JP Nadda, Dharmendra Pradhan, to Karnataka to try and solve this entire mess. We also understand that a coalition of the Congress went to the governor's house. They were turned back, but Siddaramaiah, I did see footage of entering the governor's house. We'll play that footage for you in a loop as well. But what's important to note is that what it is that the governor is going to call. Is it going to be the single largest party, or is it going to be a coalition of the Congress as well as the JDS? Let me go across to Supriya Shinate for this. We're also going to be joined by other guests, but Supriya is with us. Hi, Supriya. It's turning out to be a cliffhanger. All eyes on the governor and what he decides to do.
Yes, it ultimately does boil down to the governor on what his call will be. Will he go for a post-poll alliance that the Congress and the JDS are submitting? They already have crossed the halfway mark. Or will he wait for the single largest party to be invited? If precedent is anything to go by, then Goa, Manipur and Meghalaya, the single largest party, was not invited. And BJP, despite not being the single largest party, went ahead and formed the government. And which is perhaps why you see the Congress moving rather fast. This is also one of those states where the economy is humming, and the Congress perhaps has enough incentives to keep its people back, unlike in other states where people are incentivized to move away. So, and the Congress also realizes this is a prestige issue of sorts. This is where they need to be agile, they need to be alert, and which is why they're doing all it takes to retain an alliance. Because given, under 40 MLAs and offering Kumaraswamy the chief minister's position wasn't an easy ask, because Siddaramaiah and Kumaraswamy and Devgowda go a long way back, and it's a very, very acrimonious separation that had happened between all of them before Siddaramaiah defected towards the Congress party. So, in some sense, he's let his own prestige, he's let his own ego be buried to let Kumaraswamy be offered the position of the chief minister. It clearly gives you a sense of how desperately the Congress wants to retain Karnataka. But the BJP is not going to sit back either. I mean, they are the master of breaking alliances and making governments where they're not in the reckoning, which is, I'm not surprised at all that we've got Dharmendra Pradhan and JP Nadda and Prakash Javadekar fly and we rush to Karnataka. While we talk about the role of the governor, it's important to remember here that while they're supposed to be bipartisan, while they're supposed to be president's nominees, this one in particular is someone who comes from Gujarat. He was a finance minister and served Mr. Modi for 9 long years on his 13-year tenure. He became a Karnataka governor after Mr. Modi came to power. He actually vacated his Rajkot seat for the Prime Minister. So they go back a long, long way. Yes, constitutionality will entail that he should be giving a chance to the post-poll alliance at this stage, given that they have the numbers. But we'll have to wait and watch how that unfolds. I'm given to understand that for now they've been turned away. But I wonder where the BJP will get the numbers from. And I also think we need to wait till the last ballot is counted, because there are about 5 seats out there that are very fluctuating thin margins. So let's wait and watch how things unfold in Karnataka. But it's certain, given the big political drama that's unfolding, that the Congress has learned its lessons from Goa, Manipur and Meghalaya. They are not willing to just sit on their laurels and let things unfold, take the high moral ground of a moral victory. They want to retain Karnataka, and they would want to need it. They would want to do it very desperately.
Back to power from backdoor, which people of Karnataka will never tolerate. Thank you very much.
One by one. Sorry. Just a minute. Just a minute.
One by one.
One by one.
ನಾನು ಇದೆಲ್ಲದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಸಹ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ನಾಯಕರ ಜೊತೆ ಸಮಾಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಏನಂತ ನಾವು ತಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. First, one by one.
That they don't mind, allowing the JDS candidate to become the chief ministerial candidate. They are ready to extend all kind of support. What are you now going to do? Because it seems that the Congress is learning from the tricks of the BJP that you played out in Goa and Manipur.
I will discuss with our All India leaders, and I will take final decision. I will be in touch with our All India President Amit Shah ji.
Well, there you go. That's Yediyurappa holding a press conference saying the people's verdict is to reject the Congress party, and Congress is trying to grab power. But then this perhaps the Congress has learned from the BJP. Is trying to pull a Goa on the BJP itself. But like Supriya pointed out, this race is still the last ballot. So let's hold our horses. I think maybe this time round, you can't call the election result early until that last ballot is counted. Let's take this conversation forward with Ajay Bagga, Ajay Srivastava, Rajat Rajgaria, Arnab Das, as well as Adrian Mensonda. Ajay Bagga, let me come to you first. I think it's pretty clear by evening time, once we know what it is that has been decided, that's really what is going to determine the market action for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw that in the market in the morning when it looked like that BJP on its own would get a simple majority. The market gave a big thumbs up to it. And then as by the afternoon the numbers dwindled, we saw a sharp reaction in the market. So overall, not a welcome situation. Uncertainty, instability is disruptive for markets, especially equity markets, and that is having an impact, Nayanthara.
Ajay Srivastava, this is a classic case of it's not done till it's done, and so close yet so far. We are perhaps, if we just look at the numbers coming in this very second, 78-38 for the Congress-JDS alliance, which puts them comfortably in the position of majority, or to come together to form a majority government. Again, all that discussion that we had last Saturday about perception, BJP's position at the center, what does a divided mandate mean for the markets?
I think it means very simply two things. One is that now we have reached a point for the market, and it doesn't matter now, to be honest, who makes the government in Karnataka. It really doesn't matter, because the market has now got a whiff that the ruling party has got a problem for the national elections. Because if the opposition parties get together, which is very clearly what's happening in Karnataka, and will happen as already the model has started in UP and etc., I think there is trouble ahead for the ruling party. It's very clear on their own they could not win the majority. Whether they do in Karnataka or not relevant. So now what's going to happen? Let's look at now what's going to happen. What's going to happen now is the purse strings are going to be opened. You will find loan waivers coming out. You will find fiscal prudence, which was the order of the day, will get compromised. Because you cannot, as a political party, your first point of time is your survival and winning the elections. They were ran close in Gujarat. This has given them a scare. They're not going to compromise on Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh and the national elections. So I think for the market, the signaling was very clear. Leave aside the psychological euphoria in the morning. The signaling is very clear that when a political party has a problem of this kind that is seeing very clearly, and there are economic issues very clearly, rupee, dollar, petrol prices, interest rates, yields have gone up, and all kind of stuff is coming together. In that environment, they need to go and buy votes at the end of the day. And that's goes for any political party. Let's not single out one of them. And therefore, the signaling for the market is very clear that fiscally, we're going to have much more loosening up. Number two is interest rates are going to bite us, which means that the large part of the Indian mid-cap, small-cap is going to get hit in the market. And with interest rates, yields going up, you'll naturally see demand falling, and you'll naturally see your P's compressing. So all these will start to play out. It now doesn't matter who makes a government in Karnataka. The market has now clearly to factor in what's coming their way in the next 6 to 9 or 1 year till the general.
Right. I want to go across to Arnab Das. Arnab, I just want to ask you one question, and that is how much of the India view rests on politics? You know, the macros could be supportive, earnings could be coming back. If oil stabilizes at these levels, I don't see much of a push on the fiscal situation. If, of course, it stabilizes at these levels, that's the caveat. But, you know, how much do you think India's long-term view rests on political stability? Arnab, that question is for you. Okay. I believe we don't have Arnab Das with us just right now, but not so much about the fundamental side. Technically, Hedrin, how do you think the market is positioned right now?
So markets, have been, trying to factor in, a BJP clear-cut majority win in the Karnataka elections. But, unfortunately, last couple of hours has not turned out the way the markets have factored in the 7-8% rally that we've seen. So I think, as it is, panned out to be, we've seen a heavy volatility, heavy kind of profit booking in the last hour of trades. And I think, we have erased all the early gains. I think going forward, we have seen a Nifty forming a shooting star kind of a candlestick pattern, which is a very early sign of reversal. Secondly, if we do a relative strength analysis, it is showing divergence. That means another early sign of reversal. Coming down to the Bank Nifty, financials are 40% of the Nifty. I think if, even the Bank Nifty has formed a gravestone doji kind of a pattern, again, an early sign of reversal on the cards, even for the Bank Nifty. So I think with such a lot of uncertainty around who will actually create, government in Karnataka has clearly played out in today's trade. And I think we've seen heavy whipsaws and a lot of stop losses hit throughout the day. So I think it's very important to wait and see how things are panning out. Overall, a little bit of selling pressure cannot be ruled out absolutely in the coming 2 to 3 days. But given the markets, we have in the past we have also seen too many such occasions wherein markets have given up event-based selling, and eventually come out with a clear pattern or a clear uptrend. So I think after that selling pressure that I am talking about, we may see a little bit of consolidation before this northbound journey resumes again.
Bhagat, if I could come to you, I think it's pretty clear right now that we have to wait and see how this cliffhanger actually comes to an end. The logical conclusion of this cliffhanger, we've determined that, and that's going to be the main trigger for at least tomorrow's trading session, with repercussions on what you could expect from the centre for the remaining 3 assembly elections this year, which includes Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and the big one in 2019. I think that is very well established. But, I'm sure there are certain sectors, certain stocks for which there are opportunities for tomorrow's trading session depending on this result. What is on your radar?
I think IT is benefiting from the weakening rupee. The strong dollar is positive for IT, so we are looking at IT closely. And second, I think domestic consumption, the FMCG volume expansion in some counters is really showing up that the domestic consumption is returning. Of course, the base effect is there of demonetization. Next quarter, the GST impact will come through, and the quarter after that. So even on base effect, these 9 months are very good for FMCG and durables, and rural economy is returning, getting some traction. The third big thing is what Mr. Srivastava was also saying, that a lot more liquidity will be injected into the market in terms of SOPs and in terms of loan waivers and giving subsidies to the poorer sections, to the large majority of Indians. I think expect a lot of that, which will lead to huge amounts of liquidity. Fourth is media is going to be a beneficiary through the next year. Large thing is 2014, about 30,000 crores was the expenditure by parties in the general election. This time the estimate is about 45,000 crores. A large part of that also benefits the media in terms of ad spends and as well as parties taking out their manifestos and spending in blitzing that in the media. So Media will be another beneficiary, again linked to consumption and the election year. So I would play this kind of a strategy, domestic consumption related themes and IT. Pharma could have done well, but we are seeing still a lot of headwinds in pharma, and frankly we don't get to know too well. The information is asymmetric on the FDA moves. So as a as a common investor, we are really at a disadvantage. So pharma, yes, over a 2-year period it will come out of its funk, but it's going to take time. I think IT is well positioned, so play the rupee with the IT and play domestic consumption, FMCG, durables, housing equipment suppliers, two-wheelers. I think all those could be looked at.
Okay, so those are some of the themes that Ajay Bagga is looking at. I tell you what, we haven't taken a commercial break in a while, so let's go into the advertisements that Ajay Bagga was just referring to for the media sector at large. Stay tuned. You're watching Markets Tomorrow. We'll be back in less than 2 minutes and help you find cues for Wednesday's trading session.
If there is a pre-poll alliance and that gets majority, then the governor can give preference to that leader. Ideal situation will be if the governor is not able to decide who commands the majority support in the House, then he can ask the House itself to elect its leader. The governor's discretion is only for appointing a person who he thinks is likely to command the majority support. Or he can leave it to the House to elect its leader. They will need 2/3 majority in order to claim a merger with the other party. And for merger, if they claim merger and 2/3 are with them, then they will escape the provisions of anti-defection law, which would otherwise have disqualified them.
Battleground Karnataka, decoding the election result is what we are getting you this special for. And we are still in conversation with our market guests, Ajay Bagga, Ajay Srivastav, as well as, Rajat Rajgaria are with us to discuss what the impact of this election result would mean for the markets. How does one safeguard their portfolio, Ajay, in this sort of a market environment? Because politics is going to be the key talking point for the next 12 months. I've been telling our viewers how, as a side talk to the markets, everybody just has one question: will BJP come back to power? And if that's the question on everybody's minds, then that would be a key influencing factor for the market's direction too. Ajay Srivastav, that question is for you.
Depending on you miss a government, you don't miss. Yeah. Right. I think, I don't think so. It's such a, yes, initially you saw today the reaction was very clear that the market would prefer one party over the another party. That's very clear. That's a market preference. But if you look at a little longer term perspective, it doesn't really matter to this market, because at the end of the day, we are ruled by economic fundamentals, we are ruled by sentiment. It's not that a single government out here in the last 5 years has been bed of roses for the equity market. We had our own series of surprises. Market went up, came down with demonetization, had adjustment with GST. Lots of things have happened good, lots of things happened bad. In the past also, 2004, 9, people made money in the market. I don't think that's what material. I think what is really material for this market, and we'll get over a hump irrespective of which government comes in. What's material for this market is the economic policy. If you look at what's the changes today, we are very clearly why we are telling our customers, focus on large caps, focus on large consumer companies, focus on large banks, private banks. Is there a reason for that? The economic policy of the nation has worked in favor of the large caps, worked in favor for the large corporate. Therefore, we as investors simply interpret a policy. We have no social issues or no other issues, but we interpret and say, if these policies are there, these companies make sense to invest in. That's the bottom line. Number two is, should we withdraw from the market? I doubt it that people are going to withdraw from the market with the uncertainty. What will happen? And I think that's what is going to happen is that you might find people becoming more reluctant to enter the equity market with incremental cash flows, with incremental liquidity. I leave aside the SIPs, etc. That's the big hole in this thing is that if there is greater uncertainty, people will say, let's wait it out because this is going to take its own while to sort out. We'll come back and invest in the market later. That is what can upset the apple cart in an environment interest rates are going up. Let's be honest. If US interest rates are 3%, we can't remain at 5, 6, 7%. We will go higher, which means the P's are going to go lower. So I think the true impact is going to be on liquidity more than the perception. One. Number two, we spoke to some people in the morning, flight to quality, absolute flight to quality. We don't want any leverage companies in our portfolios. We don't want very small caps in our portfolios. We need to move to large cap, large bank, large consumer companies, large industrial companies. And lastly, we want to go to something like in the defense sector, a Bharat Forge kind of stuff, or Mahindra will find favor. And you will find that smaller caps will go out of favor eventually in the portfolio. So two implications might happen with uncertainty: slowing down inflows from the market and move away from the small and the leverage companies into a more safer zone of large caps, which this policy is encouraging. And you've seen Liver's results, fantastic results thanks to GST. You've seen other companies' results. And so therefore, I think that's what the change in behavior is going to be: flight to quality and hold your hand before you invest.
Okay, so you're clearly betting on large caps. You seem to like the private sector banks as well. If I could now come to you, Adrian, what are your top stock calls at the moment, given the uncertainty that we have seen today and how we ended today's trading session? What are your top trading ideas for tomorrow?
Yeah, so we're going with pure breakout plays. So the first, call that we are pretty bullish on is Colgate-Palmolive. We have seen a very beautiful cup and handle pattern breakout. Despite all the hula hoopla that we saw throughout the day, Colgate-Palmolive actually stood like a rock, and also not only stood firm but also broke out from this very bullish pattern. So I think one should not miss, swing trader should not miss something like a Colgate-Palmolive. One can consider buying at these levels, play for a short-term target of 1180 and place a stop loss at 1142. Although 1180 is a pretty conservative target, I think according to breakout we are seeing levels of 1250 if someone has a month or two's perspective on a Colgate-Palmolive. Second stock that we are bearish on is a Bank of India. We are seeing a rising channel pattern, a clear breakdown on the daily charts, and I think one can go ahead and short sell Bank of India May futures and play for a target of 93 and place a stop loss at 99.
Adibagha, if I could come to you, are you as bullish on the large caps, the private sector, banks, the consumption story, like your namesake? We did see a global report being put out by Citi, for example, which is talking about big trouble coming ahead for the global equity markets in light of what's happening with crude and the commodity space. How insulated are we?
Well, oil, it's not yet flown through the trouble, and it gets worse from here till, you see some kind of supply coming back into the oil markets. Saudis are producing below their reduced quota. Venezuela has gone down to about 1.3 million barrels per day. So they are at about 20% of what they could really produce. So that is causing trouble in the market, and there is no supplier who's really raising supplies. On that, you put in Iran and you take away expectation of new capacity. Iran, after the revolution, we just stopped anything new happening to the Iran oil industry, and nearly $200 billion of projects were lined up after the treaty, and all those are now under big threat. In fact, we can't really get an assurance that our majors will be able to deal with Iran, say 3 months down the line, once the US sanctions come in again. So oil is a big trouble. Fiscal deficit would slip based on oil, and we are expecting more farm loan waivers and SOPs. So overall, public sector banks, microfinance companies, anything to do with financing farmers, I think that's a no-go zone. You're better off in the urban consumption themes, urban lenders, private sector banks who are lending to urban consumers, those will continue to do well. And overall, the consumption theme in the economy, I think those are few of the things that will work. The government will really put in a lot of focus also on roads, on infrastructure going into the election. So expect suppliers into that segment to continue to do well. But I think the capex recovery, we did a 1700 crore deal last week, which was after a long time that we closed out a contract of that size. Those kind of deals had really dried up. So we were seeing that as a green shoot deal. But now seeing this election, I spoke to 5-6 CEOs during the day, and most people who were looking at capex are saying, let's postpone a bit, let MP and Rajasthan go through. Let's see how are things working out. We don't really need the capacity right now. So I think that issue will come through. Auto is a beneficiary. Auto capacity utilization is quite high, especially in the ancillary segment. We were talking to some majors to add on capacity there. Let's see, we have not had time to reach out to them. I think in this week we'll get an idea. But overall, my feel is that capex will get postponed for a few months at least, or maybe till after the general election is clear. I think, it's more like 2009. We had put out a report on what if Mayawati becomes the Prime Minister. That was a real, possibility at that time going into 2009 elections. And I think that threat is really emerging to the economy and to the markets. A coalition like that coming in with no necessary economic agenda or clearly laid out policies, other than keeping one party out of power, which is normally not very good for the economy or for the markets.
Okay. Great perspective, gentlemen. Thanks very much, all of you, for joining us this evening to give your views on what the election verdict in Karnataka means for the markets. With that, of course, we'll take a break right now. But when we come back, our analysis and programming with regards to covering the election results will continue. So don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. You're watching Markets Tomorrow here on ET Now. But the biggest cue for the markets tomorrow is what's going to happen with this cliffhanger unfolding in Karnataka. Is it going to be the BJP as the single largest party to have emerged, the one that's going to form power in Karnataka, or is it going to be the Congress and the JDS? They're already trying to stake claim. We've seen a delegation actually go to the governor's house to stake claim. We've seen Yediyurappa, meanwhile, hold a press conference saying the people of Karnataka have rejected the Congress party and they're just trying to grab it from a backdoor via backdoor entry. Is the Congress going to be successful in pulling a Goa on the BJP? We don't have the answer for all of this as yet. This is a developing story. We're right on top of it here in ET Now. Stay tuned for all the twists and turns. What we are also doing is analyzing the impact this is going to have on the equity markets. Clearly, you're going to see a big gap up opening just in case the BJP does form power in Karnataka. Remember, the market sold off towards the last 60 minutes once it emerged that the Congress and JDS were going to join hands. The markets have made it pretty clear they're going to sell off if the BJP doesn't come to power. So let's see how that turns out. But I'm going to take this conversation forward with Arnab Das, the head of emerging markets and macros at Invesco. Hi, Arnab. Give me an idea of just how important the state election and a BJP victory is in the run-up to the main 2019 elections. Just in case the BJP does not emerge successful in Karnataka, do you think the centre is going to turn more populist or turn populist, and then that's not going to go down well with the markets at all?
Yes, I think the state elections and the general political process, as you say, leading up to the general elections are quite important for both the economy and the markets. I think the international investor community is very interested in India and very eager to see the reform process continue, and a liberalization on many more fronts needs to be done to keep increasing India's actual and potential growth rate. So far, things have gone fairly well, but there have been some headwinds and shocks from the global economy. There have also been some fallout from various policy decisions, such as demonetization, that have at least temporarily thrown the economy off course. And of course, now it looks like we're in a more complicated international economic environment where we've moved from a very supportive, synchronized, Goldilocks kind of low inflation, above trend growth process in much of the world, particularly the developed world in 2017, to a less synchronized process that's causing an increased chance of divergence between the U.S. and Europe in particular, which has contributed to strengthening the dollar at the same time that oil prices have risen. So that makes the international economic context more difficult for India, right? Because, of course, the oil import bill is higher than it would otherwise be, and the availability and the cost of external financing is worse than it would otherwise be to a stronger dollar and tighter global financial conditions. India can offset a lot of those issues, if not all of them, more than offset those issues by proceeding with the reform process, for which it would clearly help if the Modi government were in a stronger position. Things like land reform, land acquisition, labor market reform might proceed in a more expeditious fashion, right? And that might unlock more FDI and generate an increase, like I say, in the potential growth rate. So I think in the rest of the world, we're all watching this quite closely, and of course watching the geopolitics as well. If you want to talk about that, we certainly can.
Before I go any further, gentlemen, and I've got Rajat from MOSL also with me. It's not just the equity markets. Look at the rupee. It's fallen past 68. 68.07 is where the rupee is against the greenback currency. Of course, you've seen the US dollar stand tall against a whole host of currencies, rupee being no different. This is bad news for the fisc. So you've got rising crude oil prices. You've got a rupee that's depreciating. It's not good for current account deficit. It's certainly not good for the fisc. A lot of macroeconomic factors. I'm going to ask my producer to try and touch base and get us rupee experts on the phone line so we can decode this. You're seeing the rupee fall past 68. This is bad news, not just for the stock markets, but for the economy at large. You got a political uncertainty unfolding. If the BJP doesn't get to form the government in Karnataka, there are fears it's going to get populist ahead of the other 3 state assembly polls and ahead of the 2019 general elections. I also believe the Punjab National Bank, we're on standby for it, has come out with its 4th quarter numbers. I'm sure if the numbers are out, they'll start flashing at the bottom of your screens. We're working the phone lines to decode the rupee for you as well. But Rajat, till then, what is your view as far as the glide path for reforms go? How real is the fear that populism, that politics is going to soon start trumping good economics?
Well, I don't think that this government at any point of time had shown any reversal of their mindset or their reform process, right? Markets keep finding reasons to put the triggers for its next move, right? But otherwise, every year we have seen a couple of major state elections happening and markets keep trading through them. I think more important for markets are the 3 factors. First, how are the earnings shaping up? Second, how are interest rates doing? And second, what are the global liquidity doing, right? Out of these 3, 2 were adverse, because of which I think you saw a fairly good period of consolidation. But now with the earnings season coming through, I think people are getting a lot more positive about what numbers they have seen through right now. Although the other 2 parts are still right now adverse to us, which is the rising rates and the net outflows that we are seeing from the FIIs.
The FIIs, Rajat, I would imagine, want the BJP to come to power in Karnataka. Have I got that right? That's the indication we got from the stock markets. I think that's not an, a secret anymore. It's an open, it's a fact. Anything else? Would that turn them away? And at a time when commodity prices are on the up move, the expectations that oil could just be at $100 by the end of the year, how worried do we need to be about flows?
Well, at the margin, this development will of course make them little more positive. But I think a lot of the people are right now relatively looking at other emerging markets. When we interact with some of the larger guys offshore, the kind of allocations of the money that they have made in few other emerging markets, especially China, has put India into some kind of a tight spot right now. But the earnings season, the way it's panning out, and the strong political capital that the current government is building on, I think at least at the margin, these 2 factors will make few of those guys more positive. But again, the whole story of India over the last 2 years has been the flow of the domestic. At some point of time, I think foreigners will join, but the core story of the market will remain the domestic flows.
Let me come to you now. I've taken Raj's views as far as FIIs go. What is your take? How are they looking at emerging markets, particularly India? A lot of macroeconomic headwinds. As I'm speaking to both of you gentlemen, I'm seeing the rupee fall past 68. You've got crude on the boil. America recovering, the parity in interest rates between India and the developed world. What's the view at Invesco?
I think most people in the market would tend to agree with our own view of it at Invesco that this has been a rough patch. That things were almost too good to be true. In particularly right at the beginning of 2018, when we had this kind of bullish breakout in the markets that arguably went too far. But I think people are favorably predisposed towards emerging markets in general, including India. I think India needs to deliver more to keep that going. But I also think that the market is coming to the conclusion that we're going to be in a more volatile period because monetary policy is being normalized. I think the good news about that, in a certain sense, is that there's likely to be more divergence across EM countries, and correspondingly, there should be more potential for positive and negative stories to be differentiated and discriminated in the market, rather than people just sitting back and saying, oh, I'm going to buy the whole market because global liquidity is rising and risk is on, or sell the whole market because global liquidity is receding, or there's been some shock that makes us risk off, quote unquote. right? So it'll be more about country specifics, more about active choices that one makes in differentiating and discriminating between different risks and returns and the associated pricing, rather than just buying and selling en masse. That's my view of it anyway.
Okay, gentlemen, I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you so much for joining us with all of that, what you make of the reform trajectory going forward and what the FIIs have to think of the Indian markets. But I want to focus once again on Mint Street and the Indian currency. At a 16-month low, the rupee is trading against the US dollar. It's gone past 68, 68.13 as we speak. I'm going to invite K. Harihar, the head of global markets at FirstRand Bank. Hi, this is Nayantara. What's going on? You're seeing oil and multi-year highs. Brent futures pushing towards $80 to a barrel. The US dollar is standing tall. Is it just global triggers that are at play, or is Mint Street also worried about what's happening in Karnataka? And has the RBI intervened at all?
I think it's a bit of everything. I think the biggest pressure that the rupee is facing is actually coming in from abroad. And as you mentioned, oil pushing higher and higher, whether it's linked to the geopolitical issues, whether it's linked to Iran and US standoff, or whatever. But so long as oil continues to go up and it plays a very big role in our import bill, I think that's going to be the big pressure point. And as far as the Fed is concerned, it clearly looks like it's on its path to hike the interest rates, and the 10-year yield, when it went past the 3%, I think that also created a trigger. So these two, among the various pressure points from abroad, I think these are the biggest pressure points. But one thing that's also impacted the rupee this year has been the fact that the FIs were big supporters of Indian debt and equity markets last year, with pumping in about 1,80,000 crores. This year, you've seen that the number is actually a minus 20,000 crores. So their love affair with Indian debt and Indian equity seems to have paused, at least for the time being. And I think that is also making a huge difference in terms of the inflows that come to the rupee. So all of these have confluenced and led to a situation where the rupee weakened and probably edged past a whole lot of stop losses which corporates had set for themselves. I remember corporates in India have always been used to the rupee trading in a range of maybe about 64.50 to 66. So when it breached that, a whole lot of import covering has also started happening in the marketplace. And I think that is what you're seeing playing out in the marketplace. And with no single good news coming in, I think the rupee is in skid zone.
Yeah, so while it's in this zone, the question is how much can it fall, Harihar? Because, if I was to read what Goldman Sachs or Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, Citi, all the global brokerage firms don't have anything nice to say as far as crude oil prices go. Anywhere from $7 to going all the way to $100 by the year end. Look at the bond yields in the United States. But once again, I come to you. How much can the rupee fall, do you think?
I think considering the fact that, let's take your annual import bills at about 450, they're about $450 billion. So even if at least half of it is uncovered, that much of demand could manifest itself in the marketplace in a backdrop of a situation where the exporters have been actually selling their dollars at every lower level. So it's a market where the importers are preponderant. So while oil is a proximate cause for the falling of the rupee, what is really happening is that demand is very, very heavy compared to the supply. So can the rupee see 68.15? Possible. Can it test 69? Possible. Because such falls can only be stopped when some event happens. And right now, the examples of event that can happen is if, let's say, the Eurozone countries manage to convince Trump and they come to a kind of agreement with Iran, and that leads to an increase in the oil supply by even a 2 million barrel per day situation, then, of course, oil will back off and that will have a big sentimental effect on the rupee. But unless something like this happens, you are going to see the rupee fall until a level where exporters find it very attractive and come and sell. So beyond 68, I think we are in slightly uncharted zone if you take the last relevant years into question. And we could at least see 68.50 possibly on the cards before it looks attractive for exporters to sell.
Okay, so with that, Harihar, unfortunately, I'm running out of time. So I'm going to thank you once again for joining us here on ET Now. So that's the bad news that is coming in for the fisc, for the macroeconomy at large. The rupee trading at a 17-month low. The US dollar standing tall against a whole host of currencies, including India. And, of course, the Indian rupee has been the worst performing currency in Asia. Unfortunately, with that rather pessimistic note, I'm going to have to wrap up this edition of Markets Tomorrow. Stay tuned. We are following what's happening in Karnataka very, very closely. It's going to be the single biggest trigger for the Lal Street come Wednesday. Many thanks for watching.
Where's the rundown? Can you hear me, Sandeep here?
Please do not disconnect the call. Your virtual R.
You put it, Mahesh. I can't see it in 1500.
Which rundown are we in? 5 p.m.
कुछ नहीं. I just want to see if you had keyed in the intro that Mahesh sent.
Oh, you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can see. High drama in Karnataka as the BJP emerges as the single largest party but fails to cross the halfway mark. Congress looks for a coup, offers unconditional support to JDS leader Kumaraswamy as the new chief minister.
All eyes on Governor Vajubhai Vala as Karnataka results throw up several possibilities. Constitutional experts say in the absence of a clear majority for any party, the BJP may get the first chance to form the government, but many others also insist that the post-poll alliance of the Congress and the JDS needs to be invited by the governor.
BJP set to win 105 seats as Congress suffers a big setback in coastal Karnataka. Ruling party is seen around 77 seats, even as JDS does better than expected.
The strong show in Karnataka gives a huge leg up to the BJP in South ahead of the 2019 general elections. The Congress is now left only with Punjab, Mizoram and Puducherry up until now before they could possibly form the next government in Karnataka as well.
Flat finish for Indian equities as the Karnataka cliffhanger keeps markets on the edge. Both Sensex and Nifty end flat after BJP fails to cross the halfway mark. Good evening, you're with ET Now. This is a special edition of the India Development Debate on an important date. I'm Sandeep Gurumurthy joining you live from the News Centre in Mumbai. Joining me in Delhi is my colleague and co-anchor Supriya Srinivas. Straight to the big debate tonight. It's high drama in Karnataka after the BJP, which emerged as the single largest party with a little over 100 seats, fell short of a majority. In a curious turn of events, Janata Dal secular leader Kumaraswamy today staked claim to form the new government after the Congress, which managed just about 77 odd seats, came out in support of the JDS leader. The ball is now firmly in Governor Vajubhai Vala's court, with Kumaraswamy seeking an appointment with him, armed with the support letters from the Congress and 2 independent MLAs.
Alright, as this political pot boiler unfolds after the initial celebrations, the BJP has now gone into a shell shock by the sudden turn of events. Ironically, it's the role reversal for the Saffron Party, which wrested power in Goa, Manipur and Meghalaya, despite the Congress emerging as the largest party in those states. The battle of ballots may have come in to an end in Karnataka, but the real war for power has just about begun. As the political pot boiler plays out in the southern heartland, this is a special edition of the India Development Debate, and let's take this straight across to our expert panel that's joining us right here. The 2 politicians who represent the Congress and the BJP on the show: Nalin Kohli, National Spokesperson of the BJP; Radhika Khera, Spokesperson of the Congress; R. Jagannathan, Editorial Director for Rajya Magazine; Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, Chairperson and Managing Director, Biocon; and Yogendra Yadav, Founder and National President for Raj, who's going to join us shortly. It's only fair that I begin with you, Nalin Kohli. I don't know what will happen over the next 24 to 48 hours. But yes, you've emerged as the single largest party. Is this going to be a case of so near and yet so far for the BJP? Did the party leadership celebrate a tad too early this morning?
No, I think there's cause to celebrate in any case. 105 or 106 or 4, whatever the final tally is a huge boost up for the party. There's no question about it. We are the single largest, just striking distance of clear majority. So therefore, in what reason? The Congress has been defeated conclusively. The mandate is against the Congress in every sense. They've come down to single digits. Their own chief ministerial candidate lost a seat too. So I think from that perspective, there's enough cause to celebrate. The second part, of course, is about government formation. Yes, I think I'll buy your initial comment that the next few hours or the next few days would be important to see. Because ultimately what really matters about democracy is what happens on the floor of the House. And before that, the normal precedence, of course, is in terms of single largest party, because there's no pre-poll alliance. The other thing, of course, is proving the majority on the floor of the House. So let us see what the governor decides on it. I'm sure the last of it is not over yet in terms of seeing what are the various options available.
Let's, while there may be many ways to interpret this verdict, but there can be no ambiguity on the fact that who's the loser in this verdict. And the mandate is overwhelmingly against the Congress party. We don't know yet who's going to form the government, and it's good to see the Congress make a fight of it and tie up with JDS and sort of show the aggression that we haven't seen in a while. But the mandate of the people of Karnataka is overwhelmingly against the Congress party. Ms. Radhika Khera, that was for you. Okay, I don't think we have the line through with her. We'll try and connect with the Congress spokesperson in just a bit. Let's take it the experts on the show. Jaggi, coming to you first. What is the governor expected to do? The ball is firmly in the court of the governor of Karnataka, and there is a precedent to justify every action. You know, there is a precedent to justify him calling the BJP, to show if they have the numbers. There's a precedent for him to call the JDS and the Congress to see if they have the numbers. So, what is the governor going to do?
Well, the expectation is that he will try and see if the BJP can be called first, since they are the single largest party. But it's equally possible that if the other two parties, the JDS and Congress, in a post-poll alliance, are able to show that they have the numbers, they can be called. In either case, I think the governor would be right. To take either course of action, because there are precedents for both, as you know. I think logically, the problem in politics is that whoever gets called first also gets to act in other ways and lure, say, additional support. So that's where the dicey thing is, which is why if the BJP does get called, many people will cry foul, saying that, okay, look, we have got 115, 120 on the other side and you haven't called us, and you've given them the chance to go and cobble up the numbers, given them a week or two to find a trust vote and other things. So I think maybe the governor should this time call the two parties which claim to have the larger numbers and say, prove your majority within a week or whatever it is.
Khera's through with us, and before I go back and discuss the role of the governor and how crucial this is going to be and what happens really from here on in greater detail, I have a very significant and a very straight question for the Congress party. It's all very well to say that the BJP has fallen short of a simple majority, at least as we speak right now, Radhika Khera, but the Congress is in fact making a dash to form the government with JDS. The agility that we are seeing is good because we need a vibrant, thriving opposition in the country. But the fact of the matter is, and you know, there's something called morality, and morality is that the mandate is overwhelmingly against the Congress party because you were the incumbent and the mandate is to vote you out.
I'm glad you asked me that question because the mandate was against the BJP in Meghalaya. The mandate was against BJP in Goa, but they went ahead and formed the government. They formed the government in Meghalaya with just 2 seats. Where did their morality go then? We have promised the people of Karnataka that we will give them a stable government, and the BJP has proved it last time out that they could not provide a stable government. They had to change 3 chief ministers. We have said that we will go and beat communal forces, and the fact is that the mandate is not completely with the BJP either. They do not have the majority, and they will not be able to prove majority on the floor of the House. And the Congress, along with JDS, will provide a stable and non-communal government and work for the development as we have worked for development in the last 5 years.
You to say anything different, and you know, I obviously expected you to bring up the Goa Manipur example, and we asked these questions of BJP then as well. The fact of the matter is that this, whichever way you look at it, the mandate is against the Congress. But let's leave that aside. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, a special guest, corporate guest, joining us on the show this evening. Kiran, thanks for joining us in the India Development Debate. You know, given the voting turnout that we saw, many felt that we are likely to see a clear mandate in favor of either of the political parties. And the concern with this sort of a fractured mandate and the kind of noise that we're hearing is that, resort politics is going to take center stage, with the likes of D. Shiv Kumar and the Reddy brothers calling the shots. You don't know what is going to happen next. Is that some sort of a worry for an eminent citizen like you, eminent corporate like you, the way things are going to unfold over the next 24 to 48 hours?
Well, I think certainly, there was a forecast of a hung assembly, and there was always a concern that there would be a lot of horse trading if that happens, and certainly you can't rule that out. I think this is a stunning blow for Congress for sure, and I think BJP can claim moral victory one way or another. It remains to be seen how this dance of democracy pans out in our situation. And I want to see what is the final shape of the coalition. So I think we just have to wait for that. I think right now it seems to be that the JDS and Congress have agreed to a post-poll alliance. But as others have said, anything could happen over the next few days. So let's wait and see. But as someone who is very much a key stakeholder in this state, I just hope that whatever the shape and form of the coalition government, I just hope that there is continuity of certain policies, business policies, and there's a strong focus on developing our crumbling infrastructure. That's all my request is to the new government.
And that's a valid request from any concerned citizen in any state of this country, that there should be continuity in policy, there should be pro-business, pro-development policies, and something that we saw lacking in the campaign actually. But let me go back to the election verdict. In Nandan Kohli, it was your government that set this precedent of forming governments without being the single largest party, whether it was Goa, whether it was Manipur, whether it was Meghalaya. How can you now blame the Congress? And some of your other colleagues have come ahead and blamed the Congress party for trying to do the same. It's almost like the kettle or the pot calling the kettle black.
First, I'll need to give probably 2 lessons to my counterpart in the Congress party, because I was also the Prabhari of Meghalaya. So let me correct first the factual position. The BJP does not have a government in Meghalaya. We are a constituent in the NPP government, which is part of the NDA. We are 2 seats. In Meghalaya also, if I may point out, the Congress did get 21. Conrad Sangma at that time had 19. Now it's gone up to 20. But then all the numbers came up and stacked up. So the BJP was the party that was part of the coalition after the numbers in any case came in. So therefore Meghalaya is not the correct example to quote. With regard to this, I'll go with what Jagan was saying, and also as an advocate I'd like to bring it on record. See, there are 3-4 principles that work. If there is a pre-poll alliance, then that takes precedence, because always in the past it used to be the single largest. Then came in the concept of a pre-poll. A post-poll happens when there is absolute clarity with regard to the numbers. Otherwise, irrespective of all scenarios, in various judicial pronouncements, specifically with the SR Bomai, then the Rameshwar, they were in Article 356 misuse cases, but nevertheless it's been established beyond doubt that what is required at this stage is always the majority on the floor of the House. For that, the first stage always comes the election of the Speaker. You have a pro tem Speaker, and then you have the election of the Speaker himself or herself. So these are the steps. They are pretty well known. I think Jagan pointed out that the precedents exist on both sides. The precedent exists also by calling the single largest party. The precedent also exists with calling, if the numbers are clearly there, in a post-poll scenario. If there were a pre-poll, then that would have taken precedence over both of this. So I think therefore it's still an open situation in that sense. We'll need to see with regard to Goa and with regard to Manipur. The numbers were there. If nobody wanted to go with the Congress, then the situation is identical to the argument here. The government, the mandate in Karnataka is against the Congress. Now it's a matter of seeing whether anyone wants to extend support, be part of it in terms of the mandate itself. Now that is something we will know in the next 12 or 14 or maybe less or maybe 24 hours on the upper limit. So I think that's where the governor's institution becomes important. All these scenarios are there. I can't pass a comment on it because I can't speak for the governor. And in terms of precedents, they all exist there.
There are enough precedents. Like we said, every action can be justified. Hopefully, the government will take the most appropriate, the governor will take the most appropriate decision. But Ritika Kera, doesn't this also mean that the Congress party is losing leverage across the political spectrum? Today, you're having to pander to JDS. You're having to offer chief ministership to a party that has got less than 40 seats. In UP, you've ceded space to SP and BSP. Congress is being reduced to a marginal player. Can you run away from that reality?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you please repeat your question?
I was asking you, ma'am, that, today, doesn't this also mean that the Congress party is losing leverage across the political spectrum? Today, you're having to pander to JDS and offer chief ministership to a party that has less than 40 seats. In UP, you have ceded space to SP and BSP. Congress is being reduced to a marginal player.
See, if we calculate the vote percentage, and that the Congress has a higher vote percentage right now, as of now, the last data that I saw on the Election Commission side. And I would also like to point out to the BJP spokesperson that where Goa was concerned, we were the single largest party and the governor did not invite us. That's where everything went wrong. So let's just hope things don't go wrong here in Karnataka as well. And when it comes to, we are trying, we have been working for development. Like I said, Congress only believes in development. We are going to go forward and still work for development. The only thing now we need to analyze is that whatever we promised to the citizens of Karnataka, we delivered. Maybe there's something that was missing. We will go ahead, have our meetings and change our strategy accordingly. And we have accepted that the mandate is not with us, and it is with, that is why we have extended our support to the JDS to form the government.
But by that logic, if the mandate is not with you, then you should not be in the government in any form at all. But Jaggi, I'll take this to you. And I think the only bright thing that I'm seeing in this defeat is a newfound spunk in the Congress party. You know, unlike in Goa, where they did not know what was happening, the left arm did not know the right, and their entire top brass was in Meghalaya, couldn't still stitch an alliance. The swiftness with which they have moved, they were the first to reach Raj Bhavan, Gehlot and Azad have been stationed in Karnataka, gives you a sense of an urgency that they're bringing to politics. And the reason why I think it's good news is because you need a vibrant, you need an important, viable opposition. Is this newfound spunk in the Congress surprising you, or do you believe this is Karnataka is so important that they will do all it takes to retain it?
Yeah, I think it's the last thing. Yeah, I think it's the last thing. Actually, what's happened is that Karnataka is the last jewel in the Congress crown, with the other two being only Punjab and Pondicherry, which are much smaller states. So what you actually got is a state which you could not have afforded to lose, and which is why you accepted every rider that the JDS attached to you. They put 5 conditions, and they promised a 53,000 crore farm loan waiver, which is more dreadful than even the, state 1/3 the size of UP is offering twice the size of the farm loan waiver. So you're talking about that kind, Congress has agreed to it. So you don't know how the state fisc is going to be if these two guys get together. So it's actually a move of desperation rather than a move of great adroitness something. Obviously, the day before yesterday itself, the Congress had decided that at any cost they will not let this government go, even if they had to play second fiddle to H.D. Kumaraswamy. And that's exactly what has happened. So it's more a case of desperation, desperate situations requiring desperate moves, and they have done it. But we still don't know whether that's going to succeed, but they've done what they can do. Now it's up to the governor.
Okay, don't read it as a sharp political acumen, read it as political desperation, says Jaggi. But Kiran, from a slightly more sort of broader picture, this trend of regional parties flexing muscles, Jaggi said that, it appears that JDS has extracted a 57,000 crore farm loan waiver, meaty portfolios as well. This trend of, regional parties, flexing muscles, extracting their pound of flesh, how would you as a business leader read that? Is that something that's slightly worrying?
If you actually look at the kind of manifestos that Congress and even JDS went for, Congress promised a lot of dole-outs, a lot of loan waivers, didn't work for them. So I really think parties need to re-look at what they are promising to people, because I can tell you that when they don't deliver on their promises, I think they are, the votes speak for themselves. So I think also, we need to make sure that, all these parties understand what they are committing, what they are promising to their voters. And when they fail to deliver on their promises, certainly I think they're taking a whack. So, what Congress did for all the, the Indira canteens and what have you, they did all this at the end. I think it was perceived as sort of electioneering kind of activities and not really something which was taken seriously, because I think governments must understand that they need to start working on the ground from day one. I think what this election also shows you is that there needs to be a lot of groundwork. There needs to be a lot of delivery at the ground level. And you cannot be just, scrambling to do things at the end. I think all MLAs who are going to be elected this time around need to make sure that they really start working on the ground from day one and not leave it till the end, whoever it is. And I think that's what this is showing you.
I think if Indian electorate makes up its mind that they will judge every elected representative by the amount of work that's been done over their 5-year tenure, we will head to a more responsible and a more accountable democracy. But Kiran, I'll take a quick follow-up with you. And I think it's important that we look at the 2019 picture. Is it clear that irrespective of who forms the government, all anti-BJP parties will have to come together and will perhaps come together? There's already talk that Congress and JDS will ally for 2019 in Karnataka. Now, you know, as somebody who's got the skin in the game as far as business is concerned, what will this mean for business? Markets have typically frowned at the possibility of a third front of sorts, and now it looks like there will be this whole anti-Modi bloc that will come up, which may not be held together by ideologies, but by political opportunism, and that's something that markets are inherently not comfortable with.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, markets want a stable government. They don't want, by and large, a coalition government. I think the BJP has certainly given markets a lot of stability and assurance. So, however, you know, you're seeing a desperate coalition wanting to basically be a strong opposition or a strong force to reckon with. So, you are going to see a coming together of other parties, and it's very clear that, you know, Congress has no option but to join them. There is now very little in the shape of a strong second, you know, a two-party, two-opposition party kind of a situation, because Congress is now becoming very much a part of the coalition rather than a party on its own. So you are going to see a coming together of opposition parties making a sort of an effort to see whether they can stop the BJP. But having said that, I think the BJP also has an opportunity to basically, you know, take this, you know, make all efforts in this last 1 year to really focus on economic development, inclusive economic development, and start delivering. Because I think also the BJP also has to start delivering on the ground and to strengthen its position.
Absolutely, and sort of that's a candid point that, you know, the BJP will also need to start delivering on the ground. But Nalin, if I may come to you, I think what's evident with all these election results is that the BJP has emerged as a principal pole in Indian polity today. But, you know, successive sort of setbacks for the opposition is galvanizing them today. You know, you had a Mamata Banerjee put out a, you know, tweet saying that if only Congress and JDS had aligned before, you know, pre-poll, you know, already we know SP and BSP coming together. Mayawati sort of jumped into the fray as far as the Karnataka election. One can sense the fact that the entire opposition wants to get together and do whatever it takes. Even now we're hearing comments from JDS leaders saying we will do whatever it takes to keep the BJP out of power, right? So this index of opposition unity at some stage will begin to play, and that, you know, could necessarily, that may end up hurting the BJP as well in 2019.
I'd like to pick up from where Kiran ji made a point. With regard to the Congress, and before that Jagan, the Congress is really quite satisfied being the tail end of an alliance. So I think you need to see that whether it was Bihar also. Now if you're seeing it, it's out of political desperation that they need to somehow be there now. Because it's a string of defeats and it's been continuous. The celebration of the Congress now has not become a celebration of victory. But the Congress has reached a point where it is celebrating defeat by trying to prevent the BJP from being in government. Take the case of the by-elections in even Gorakhpur in UP and the other one that took place in Phulpur. In both cases, the Congress candidates lost their deposits, but they were satisfied with the fact that we lost our deposits, somebody else won, but the BJP didn't win. So therefore, I think it's a fair comment to see that the Congress is now in a pale shadow of what it ever was. And it's not moving in that, it is that. That's the reality of today. They don't need to move any further. I mean, some people would say the Congress can draw solace in the fact that, you know, there are no states left to lose. In terms of it, you know, you have to be in a government or in an office somewhere to prevent yourself from losing that state. So therefore, in Punjab also, which is the last election, and they won well, a lot of credit has to go to actually Captain Amrinder Singh. So within the Congress, the big change is A, it's not the principal party or it's a pale shadow of what it was. B, it is the tail end of any kind of alliance just for political survival. And C, in the Congress also, it is those individual leaders who are really pulling it off. In this election also, it was almost the Chief Minister staking himself against everything, not a central leader and him being a part of that. So the Congress has undergone a lot of metamorphosis, and that reality is there. For the BJP on the other side, politically we can't say that we win, we lose, but by and large, if you see it from 2014 onwards, we've gone ahead 20 states where we are in government, including in coalitions, and we've been winning and winning. So we do believe there is something going right which appeals to the people. In Karnataka also being in 3 digits, just over 100 seats, is a huge jump from what we were. So government formation is the second part of the story. But to say that it's not going for the BJP will be an incorrect statement.
Okay, I'll get the Congress spokesperson Radhika Khera to respond to that comment that has been made. You are a shadow of your former self and you're willing to be a tail end of a political alliance. And of course, you have no more states left to lose.
It's surprising to hear such words coming from a party which has actually gone on to form a government with the PDP in Jammu Kashmir, when the Prime Minister used to scream and from the ramparts of every place where he was giving his rally and say कि बाप बेटी की PDP सरकार के साथ हम कुछ नहीं करेंगे, नीतीश कुमार के साथ हम सरकार नहीं बनाएंगे. There is the kind of things they resorted to form the government in Bihar. It was there for everyone to see. The things that they have done in Goa, Manipur, Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya are not hidden from the world, are not hidden from India. But what I would like to read out over here is that way back in 1998, when President K.R. Narayanan had invited Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji to form a coalition government, the former President K.R. Narayanan had elaborated on 12/03/1998 that when no party or pre-election alliance of parties is in clear majority, the head of the state in India or elsewhere given the first opportunity to the leader of the party or combination of parties that has won the largest number of seats, subject to the Prime Minister so appointed. So in the similar way, it is actually a fact that the BJP only has 104 seats. They are not able to prove the numbers, and they will not be able to prove the numbers. And for a change, they are actually getting a taste of their own medicine. So they don't know what to say, and they're going on and saying all these things like the tail remark that he passed, because they are used to actually forming governments with 2 seats and resorting to unconstitutional means. And for the first time, they're getting a taste of their own medicine. So it's okay. They should just sit back and accept that they're not going to be able to form the government and watch the Congress form the government here in Karnataka.
Okay, before I take it back to Kiran and Jaggi, Yogendra Yadav joins in as well. Nalin, I need you to react to the breaking news right now. We understand that that the governor of this is news attributed to Times Now, that the governor of Karnataka has given the BJP and Mr. Yediyurappa 1 week to form the government, to stake claim to form the government, and that he's been asked to prove majority in assembly by the governor and has been given 1 week's time. So clearly, first round going to BJP, the governor ruling in favor of the single largest party.
First, a quick comment on what Radhika ji was saying. I mean, she's been stuck to the northeast of India, but India's geography really includes many other parts, and there are 12 states in which the BJP is in power, not in coalitions. And they are significant states in terms of both population and area. The northeast also is there where there are coalitions, but I think we should not forget even Assam, which is a significant part of the northeast. So therefore, you know, the geography cannot be truncated to suit a political argument. My argument is in totality. There was no comment forthcoming on the Congress state of affairs. We are quite satisfied actually politically. If the Congress party's entire approach is BJP centric and not Congress centric anymore, as it used to be for several decades, we have nothing to complain with that. In fact, we welcome it politically. Now, with regard to the K.R. Narayanan principle, the K.R. Narayanan principle, if I may remind, and I think she almost read it out without realizing the benefit she was adding to my argument, is really about the pre-poll alliance thing. He said that principle of pre-poll alliance or the single largest. These were the 2 basic alliances that used to function where there's precedence. That if you are either the pre-poll alliance and you have clear number, then you have a benefit over a post-poll alliance. And if you have a single largest, you have a benefit. The post-poll alliance is also a scenario that comes up, which is when there is a complete denial of opportunity. So now if the governor, if you are saying this news is correct coming to the governor, first we should wait, in my opinion, for the formal announcement, because it could be speculative. Sometimes rumors do take place in such a scenario. But if he does call it, my argument would be that yes, at 104 seats within striking distance of the government, to rule out that possibility may be a trite unfair. The second part to it is that the mandate is in any case against the Congress party. They are seeking to somehow ride with the JDS. That is their choice to do so. But you can't rub away the mandate itself. So let us see if a formal announcement comes. I'm sure there will be a formal comment from the party too.
Okay, 113 is what you need to get to. You have around 104, you need 9 odd seats. I wonder where those seats will come from, and I say that with a chuckle and or sarcasm at my behest. But Yogendra Yadav is joining us, and Yogendra Yadav, the direct question to you has to be on the role of the governor. There is a precedent in Goa, there is a precedent in Manipur and in Meghalaya where the single largest party was not invited. And here the governor goes back and allows the single largest party to prove its majority on the floor of the House. Do you find this strange? Do you find that recent precedent is not being followed and old precedent is being followed? Because that does raise the role of the governor, the partisan or the bipartisan attitude that a lot of people will jump to conclusions with.
I think given what we have witnessed vis-a-vis most of our constitutional institutions, the governor, the Supreme Court, all other autonomous institutions, it's only fair to say now there is only one rule, and that rule is whatever favors the ruling party that morning is the constitutional principle. So I've been saying for the last 2-3 hours, no matter what the numbers, no matter who aligns with whom, no matter who gives the letter, BJP shall form the government. That's basically the rule. So what we are about to witness in the next few days, I do not know. Of course, Nalinji is right. We should wait for the governor to act, and we should always be ready to be surprised in case the governor acts in an independent way. In case the governor has just those insights that the governor of Goa had, in case the governor seeks to follow the same principles that governors in Meghalaya and other places faced. Of course, one should be willing to be surprised. I, for one, would be prepared for somewhat different scenario. That in the next 1 week, if 1 week is what is being offered, we would see some of the worst forms of political horse trading. Suddenly, some MLAs would fall sick. Suddenly, some resorts will be booked. Suddenly, some people will refuse to sign. Some MLAs might resign. And, well, the predictable games would happen. This is a game, remember, in all fairness, the credit must be given to Congress party, Indira Gandhi's Congress, who started these games, brought them to perfection before the courts intervened and stopped that game. We are back to those days. We are back to those days of constitutional manipulation. I do not think Congress has the mandate to rule. Let me be absolutely clear. There is no mandate for BJP, but there is a mandate against the Congress. The people of Karnataka have not been given an opportunity to give a mandate to someone, and the reason is very simple. Not one basic issue of the people of Karnataka was discussed in this election by main parties. So at the end of it, no one has the mandate. But if we were to follow any simple procedural logic, right, those who can give tomorrow morning, this evening, and say, okay, here we have come together, we have the numbers, please give us a chance, should be given a chance, provided they can prove their numbers on a piece of paper. Okay. This is what K.R. Narayanan's principle was. He asked, give me written letters, do not give me oral assurances, which was a very fine principle. Let that be followed.
Okay, Yogendra Yadav, I take that point. Jaggi, you want to respond to the point made there by Yogendra Yadav, because like I said, there are precedents to justify every action. Do you believe that the governor in the circumstances has done the right thing? And more importantly, over the next 4 or 5 days, are we likely to see this resort politics take center stage? People like the Reddy brothers and DK Shivkumar calling the shots. Do you see that happening over the next 4 or 5 days till the the test of in the floor of the House?
Yeah, given the fact that the BJP is about 7 seats short of a majority, and remember the first thing your majority has to do is to elect a speaker, which means you will need one more person who has to be counted out of the total. So I think you cannot expect to win a trust vote without getting at least 7 or 8 people on your side, either by bringing out some of your bag of tricks, and that's the only way you can do it. So you, as Yogendra Yadav said, I think one can expect a lot of these tricks. The other way is to do like what Vajpayee did in 1996. He went for a trust vote, and when he realized he didn't have the numbers, he just resigned. So Yediyurappa could do the same thing. But of course, I don't think the party of Amit Shah is going to allow that to happen without a very, very tough effort. So I would say that next 7 days will be very, very eventful, and I think we are going to have a whole lot of resort bookings all of a sudden. So if you don't get to go on your next holiday, you will know why. It's all booked.
It's all sold out, like they say. But I do want to take this debate forward, and Nalin Kohli will have to come to you on this. It's not as if Siddaramaiah government failed miserably during its term. I mean, the anti-incumbency was also not so high as is usually seen in states. He's the first chief minister to have completed a full term in 25 years, and yet we have seen this wave which has thrown his government out. Now, what does this tell you about voter psyche? Because voters are impatient, and Swaminathan Iyer was on our show, and he believes that this is the mood across India and expects the Congress to actually do well in MP, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, because here you were the challenger and Congress was the incumbent. But in 3 states that will go into elections next, you have been an incumbent for a decade, and the Congress will be a challenger there, and impatience or voter frustration will ensure that you will be on the back foot.
I want to make 2 comments before I really come to that. One on Yogendra Yadav ji, what he said. As a political person, Yogendra ji is well in his rights to have a point of view and express it. The only part which I would feel that at least I'm not comfortable with, and I would say it bluntly, is dragging the Supreme Court of India and say that, that is subservient to the government of the day. That's an unfortunate, it's an uncalled for and not a correct position. To make the Supreme Court, there are political parties, there are a set of advocates also, and in Congress party specifically, who are trying to make the Supreme Court an institution for political functioning and trying to launch the politics riding the Supreme Court. If Mr. Yadav finds the Supreme Court in such a deplorable condition, which I completely decry, then why even bother to go to the Supreme Court, Mr. Yadav? You also have petitions there. To run down the institution that gives out on a daily basis judgment after judgment from the poorest to the most important is not the right approach. You want to attack anything else on the political front? Yes. But I certainly feel, both as an advocate and as a political person, let's keep the Supreme Court out of our political bickering. The second part is with regard to understanding it. Please understand that there are 2 important judgments that are critical to the role of the governor. One is the S.R. Bommai case, which was a 9-bench, and that goes back to 93. As you understand, the outcome is actually from the 356 or the misuse of 356. And thereafter, there is the Rameshwar Prasad, which was a 5-judge bench. Both are constitution benches. Essentially, the Sarkaria Commission had established the principle of the single largest party. Now, democracy is not tight water box. It's not like in a tight chamber. Different situations do bring up different things, but broadly, if you go back, the Sarkaria Commission's recommendations were always single largest. The S.R. Bommai is the same, and so is Rameshwar. Additionally, the Poonchi Commission issue also comes out. But what is important in all of them is, end of the day, democracy has to be proved on the floor of the house. That is sacrosanct. There can be anything. So assume for a minute that the BJP is called for forming the government. We don't know yet because that formal announcement is not there. The next stage is going to be, as I mentioned, and Jaganji also has pointed out, there has to be first a pro tem speaker. Convention is, it would be somebody very senior, the senior most person. Then there would be the speaker's election. It is only when you succeed in getting the speaker to be elected that the floor of the house you can test your majority. Now, 1 week in that period, if the speaker doesn't happen, the government doesn't happen. And if you don't prove it, the government doesn't happen either. So therefore, while these precedents are there, let's not also forget the judicial pronouncement. Why I brought this up, Supriya, is because you said there are precedents both ways. Precedents may exist, but what also is more critical is the law, the precedent of law. In these cases, you've got the S.R. Bommai and the Rameshwar, and they hold good. They have not been overturned or changed.
Yogendra, I'm only fair I let you respond to that, but I'm also adding in a question because I want to take this discussion forward, and this is from your tweet just a short while ago. You said the Congress on the comeback story gets busted in Karnataka. If Congress can't retain Karnataka, where BJP was divided and tainted, where they had to give tickets to the Reddy brothers and clear anti-incumbents against state government, it can't possibly provide an alternative to the BJP, and the vacuum in opposition gets deeper. Why do you believe so? Because on the one hand, we're seeing this verdict, in a sense, bring the opposition parties together like nothing else has. You're seeing Mayawati jump into the fray, Mamata Banerjee jump into the fray, Omar Abdullah jump into the fray. So it's sort of galvanizing the opposition parties, even in defeat. Why do you believe that the vacuum is getting deeper in the opposition?
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to speak about, because this drama of government formation, which has only one consequence, as I said, there cannot possibly be any other outcome of this drama that may overshadow the real big issue. But on that, let me just reiterate, number one, I do not remember having called Supreme Court subservient. What I said was that this government is seriously attacking the integrity and autonomy of autonomous institutions. And I don't have to quote myself. I think there are Supreme Court judges saying so, Justice Chalmeshwar saying so. What is happening in the appointment of judges cases? I mean, there's just so many. Let's not get distracted in all that. And if what Nalin Kohli is saying is right about what the governor should do, then it seems the governor of Goa did something very, very improper. What has your government done about it? To say that finally it will be tested on the floor of the House. Yes, sir. But there are many instances before that final one. And to give 1 week for horse trading, this is exactly the kind of stuff Sarkaria Commission had spoken against. Allow that period, allow horse trading to take place. And I can tell you what's going to happen. Some persons from JDS and some MLAs from Congress would suddenly fall sick, suddenly their conscience would call, suddenly they would resign. I'm not imagining all this scenario. This is exactly what happened in 2008. Sir, this is what Operation Kamal, and you chose to name it Operational Kamal. This is what had happened. So we are going to witness a repeat of that.
To my other question,
larger issue of what the verdict is and what it shows. Number one, I think, as I said, while there is no verdict for BJP, no mandate for BJP, they neither have majority of seats nor do they have highest percentage of votes. They in fact are about 6 lakh votes short of Congress. But it is a verdict against the Congress. And what it brings out today is this, that if Congress party in Karnataka, where they have a chief minister who has some kind of social base, pitted against Mr. Yediyurappa, who, let us put it politely, has had a tainted reputation. If in this state where BJP had dissensions, Congress had much less dissension, at least between state and the national leadership, where BJP actually carried much more of a corrupt reputation than Congress, which you would agree is quite an achievement to be seen to be more corrupt than Congress. If in that state Congress cannot retain its power, then God knows what it can possibly do. So really there is no serious opposition. The oppositional space is being vacated, while Mr. Modi's Ashwamedh Yagya seems to have stopped. But there is no one to fill the gap which is being ceded by the BJP. If Mr. Modi's popularity wave had continued in Karnataka, we would have seen BJP with 5% lead over the Congress, which would give them 180 seats or so. That hasn't happened. So Mr. Modi's onward march of popularity has been halted, but the gap created by this has not been filled by Congress, and that is the larger story, the oppositional vacuum. Today all of them might come together to support JDS and Congress and so on. This is statement baji. This is no real filling of the oppositional vacuum. The oppositional vacuum is in the fact that Congress party has no vision to offer, no roadmap, and no credible face. That is what comes out today.
Okay. Okay, just hold your thoughts there, because I think talking about this occupational, this vacuum of sorts in opposition politics, Radhika Kher, I want to take this to you, because in what is now clear that in a direct contest between Rahul Gandhi and Narendra Modi, we've seen the repeated winner and who he really is. Is it then going to be Modi versus nobody in 2019? Because till now we've spoken about Modi versus Mamata, or Modi versus a Naveen Patnaik, or Modi versus an Akhilesh Mayawati. But it clearly now seems, it's all going to be very loose, very unstructured. So is it Modi versus no one in 2019?
Like I've said earlier, the vote percentage of Congress is higher than that of the BJP. It is not going to be Modi versus no one. And all like-minded parties, I believe, are going to be coming together to fight against this communal government, and a government which has been killing all institutions. We have seen that happening in the BJP spokesperson said that I'm only stuck on Northeast. Well, I made him count Bihar, I made him count Goa. And in fact, what happened in Goa, despite Congress being the single largest party, we were not invited to prove our majority on the floor of the House. In the same way, I'm hoping that the Congress, the JDS and the Congress get a chance to form the government here, the same way the BJP was allowed to do so over there. And when it just comes to what the Congress is doing, the Congress, like I said, has been working on development. Yes, there are places where I believe we have faltered, and we will sit and create a new strategy to counter those, because we only work on development of the people. We do not work on dividing the nation, and we do not believe in demeaning the institutions or trying to manipulate them the way the BJP has been doing it. So there is a tough time that we are facing, and we will get out of it. And surely, like I said, Rahul ji is the president of the Congress party. He is our leader. He is our face, and other like-minded parties, like I said, will come together, and that is a thing which is a little further away. But as of now, I think we should concentrate on what's going to happen in Karnataka, and we should make sure, and we should also hope, actually, that the governor does not come under the influence of the BJP government, and actually goes on ahead and calls the Congress party as well as the JDS to form the government, like they have done in Goa and other states, and Meghalaya.
Sure, we've spoken about that, Radhika Khera. I want to take the discussion forward. Jaggi, coming to you, irrespective of whoever forms the government, is it advantage BJP for 2019? After all, the only reason they got over 100 seats, despite fielding Yediyurappa as a chief ministerial face, despite running, so it didn't seem like it was a cohesive campaign. The only reason, perhaps, is Modi's last lap. You spoke about it as well in our election shows as well. So, and 2019 will be all about him. So, is the momentum firmly with the BJP?
Yeah, while the Karnataka result is not entirely up to what the BJP would have liked, they would like to get a full majority on their own, but I don't think they would have been unhappy with this, since they have actually managed to show the Congress and put it down. So in that sense, they have scored what I would call broadly, they have made their point. However, I would disagree with you on one thing. While it is certainly true that Modi made this a fight and brought the party very close to victory, I think we are underestimating the role played by Yediyurappa. In a lot of the farm areas, when Mr. Modi was having the high-profile rallies, he was doing smaller rallies elsewhere and meeting people and things. And I think the whole of the Lingayat belt, if you see, actually has come with the BJP. And if we should not underestimate the role that Yediyurappa has played in this thing, so I think it is that. But going forward to 2019, yes, this is a good outcome for the BJP, though not the best one that they wanted. I think, and also if you assuming that the JDS Congress do get to form a government, actually the history of Karnataka is that the party that is in government loses the next Lok Sabha election. So they should actually let JDS and Congress form the government so that they get 18 to 20 seats in 2019. That's what happened between 2013 and 14. It could repeat, and this time you are voting for Modi, you are not voting for just Yediyurappa. So I think it's overall the BJP should be happy with it, though not fully happy.
Indeed. I'll take this question to you, and I think Jaggi is right. I think credit must be given where it's deserved. Yediyurappa is an extremely popular leader. He was sidelined by the party. I mean, some of his closest people did not get tickets. Many people thought he could be the sacrificial goat, but he's delivered a victory for you along with Mr. Modi, and that also tells you about political compulsions. The entire BJP clan had to take him back, embrace him along with the Reddy brothers. But that apart, I mean, I wanted to respond to that. Are we also not being too uncharitable by writing off Rahul Gandhi? Because Karnataka victory, all said and done, moral victory or real victory or whatever victory, Karnataka has traditionally been unkind to incumbents. In 40 years, they haven't returned an incumbent to power. So what was going to change this time around?
That question is to me, Supriya?
Yes, that's questions to you, Mr. Kohli.
Hello. Yes. So, the first part is with regard to Mr. Yediyurappa. Please look at the exact situation before saying he's tainted, tainted, tainted. 3 specific charge sheets against him have been quashed by the High Court. Again, even a rookie advocate, you won't need someone who practices law more seriously than a rookie advocate like me. I mean, so you'll have to just go and just check basically that you first have a charge, then you have an FIR, that's the police story, then you have a charge sheet. It has to hold ground. If the charge sheet is quashed, it doesn't leave much. The question to be asked is that 2.5 years after it is quashed, why did the Karnataka government choose to then file an SLP before on that charge sheet in the Supreme Court? Obviously, they did it 6 months before the election to have something and to be able to say he's got a charge sheet pending against him. Now, each one has to ultimately, you have to succeed. Conviction is very far. Here the charge sheets are getting quashed. The second part is on the Reddy brothers. Mr. Janardhan Reddy is the accused. He's facing charge sheets. He's facing investigations. Where is there any FIR or charge sheet against the other 2 brothers? So therefore, building a bandwagon to create a perception without it being based on facts, maybe in the age of Cambridge Analytica and the close association that Mr. Rahul Gandhi and they try to build together, that narrative maybe holds important for them. When you say be charitable to Mr. Rahul Gandhi, why shouldn't we be charitable to Mr. Rahul Gandhi? I mean, as I just pointed out, barring Mizoram, which is the next state in the Congress kitty, there is nothing else left to lose. So I think we are not even being, we are giving credit where it is due. And therefore, to look for a justification is for the Congress. They should. He is their president. They should justify his presence, even if it means winning, or it means losing, not winning elections in his leadership. Why should the BJP deny him the credit of what he is achieving?
Okay, I take that point. Yogendra, we'll let you have the last word on this debate then. And this is so slightly more, and I was fascinated by this comment coming in from another psephologist. And are you also seeing a vote beyond traditional caste configurations and arithmetic? I mean, there was so much talk on the Congress's Ahinda social coalition, but as Yashwant Deshmukh puts it, elections in India are witnessing new class groups, housewives, students, middle class, etc., coming together and voting in a bloc. Are you seeing that happen, Yogendra Yadav, and how would this sort of play out in 2019?
3 things. Number 1, if the criteria of calling someone tainted is proper proof in a court of law, then Congress should stop talking of Bofors, then BJP should stop mentioning Bofors forever. I personally think Bofors was a scandal. I talk about it and I hold Congress responsible for what happened. But Mr. Nalin Kohli should stop doing these things from tomorrow onwards. Number 2, on has Karnataka gone beyond caste? I've always said for the last 20 years that while caste is the building block, but it's never caste only. The change that takes place from one election to another depends on considerations beyond caste. This particular election is not a great example of that, but whenever we see electoral waves, because this particular election was a very stagnant kind of an election, whenever we witness electoral waves, they always defy the arithmetic of caste. Third, the larger question, what is the mandate and why do we have this kind of mandate in Karnataka? I think the simple answer is that all the mainstream political parties colluded with each other to ensure that none of the basic issues of Karnataka are raised in this election. Here is a state with very high farmer suicide, a state that has faced consecutive drought, partly nature-made, partly man-made, a state with very high unemployment, a state with perhaps one of the highest levels of open loot and corruption of public money. In this context, both the political parties made sure that the election campaign was all about dodging, derailing and distracting. I think that is what is seen in this confused, fragmented verdict. There is no mandate because no one really deserved a mandate. And that is the tragedy that one has to look at. And as we run into 2019, and all the importance to Karnataka is because it's a precursor to 2019. The real question we should be asking is this what this country is going to witness for the next 10 months or 12 months? Dodge, derail, distract? Or do we have anyone in this country, any political force, that would raise the real issues of the people so that there is a real alternative? That, to my mind, is the big question that emerges at the end of the day.
All right, but on that note, completely timed out on this edition of the India Development Debate. Thank you very, very much, Nalin Kohli, Radhika Khera, Yogendra Yadav and R. Jagannathan for being with us, Kiran Majumdar for taking time out and speaking to us on what corporate India thinks of this verdict. Karnataka clearly has voted. It is not a decisive mandate, but the war for power has just begun. The period before government formation is perhaps likely to be mired with the dirty underbelly of Indian politics, which is most likely to involve ugly money and plenty of horse trading. The Congress has, after a long while, made a spirited attempt to retain Karnataka, and the BJP is also likely to do all it takes to put a foot in the southern hallway as well.
As South India sends 130 MPs to Lok Sabha, and as BJP looks for newer bastions to break into, having peaked in the cowbell states, it needs this foothold just as desperately as a Congress. Well, the dance of democracy has just begun. All eyes on who can muster the numbers. Thanks for being with us in this special edition of the India Development Debate.
High drama in Karnataka as the BJP fails to cross the halfway mark. Congress looks for a coup, offers unconditional support to JDS leader Kumaraswamy as the new chief minister. All eyes on Governor Vajubhai Vala as Karnataka results throw up several possibilities. B.S. Yediyurappa meets the governor, seeks more time to prove the BJP's majority. He's been given 7 days' time to do so. BJP set to win 108 seats as Congress suffers a big setback in coastal Karnataka. The ruling party is seen winning less than 75 seats, even as the JDS does better than expected, winning 40 seats. The show strong in Karnataka gives a huge leg up to the BJP in South. Ahead of the 2019 general elections, the Congress is now left with Punjab, Mizoram and Puducherry. It's a flat finish for the Indian equities as Karnataka cliffhanger keeps the markets on the edge. Both the Sensex and Nifty and flat. We saw a sell-off in the last 60 minutes once it came to be known to the markets that the Congress and JDS were tying up. As you can see, we have an action-packed show for you. All of the news coming out of Karnataka, which is having a ripple effect on the equity markets. In fact, even on Main Street, where the rupee came under pressure. Siddaramaiah, on your windows, let's cut in live to what he's informing the press.
ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಕೇಳ್ರಿ ಹೇಳತ್ತೀನಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ವೈ ಯು ಆರ್ ಸೋ ಹರಿ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರಿಗೆ ಪತ್ರದ ಮೂಲಕ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನ ಪಕ್ಷದ ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನ ಜೆಡಿಎಸ್ನ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ದೇವೇಗೌಡರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಪತ್ರದ ಮೂಲಕ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಈಗ ನಾನು ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರ್ ಅವರು ಗುಲಾಂ ನಬಿ ಆಜಾದ್ ಅವರು ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ವೇಣುಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಮತ್ತೆ ಡಿ.ಕೆ. ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಅಶೋಕ್ ಗೆಹ್ಲೋಟ್ ರಾಜಸ್ಥಾನದ ಮಾಜಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ನಿಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಸಿಂಧಿಯಾ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತೆ ರಮೇಶ್ ಬಾಬು ಲಾಯರು ಕುಪೇಂದ್ರ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಫರೂಕ್ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ನಿಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಪತ್ರವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಾವು ಪತ್ರವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ ನಾವು ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಮೇಡ್ ಇಟ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಟು ಗವರ್ನರ್ ನಾವು ಜೆಡಿಎಸ್ಗೆ ಬೆಂಬಲ ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಒಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಜೆಡಿಎಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಾವು ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಮೇಡ್ ಇಟ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಟು ಗವರ್ನರ್ ನಾವು ಜೆಡಿಎಸ್ಗೆ ಬೆಂಬಲ ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಒಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದೆ
Okay, so that's Siddaramaiah talking to the press. I don't speak the language, but what my colleagues in Bengaluru say, and have translated him as saying, is that the MLAs have given a letter of support to form the government, and that the Congress as well as the JDS have taken claim and want to form the government in Karnataka. So clearly, the governor has turned out to be the new kingmaker of sorts, with every political party approaching Raj Bhavan in Karnataka to stake claim. Not the kingmaker, but the king himself is what the Janata Dal secular looks to have emerged in this high-stakes Karnataka Assembly elections as battleground Karnataka is the most dynamic counting day. The Congress has made its last-ditch effort to retain power by offering unconditional support to JDS leader Kumaraswamy as a new chief minister. The Devi Gowda-led JDS has accepted Congress party's offer and has even asked the party to be partners in the coalition, not just an outside support. They get to have the chief ministerial candidate. While the early trends showed a clean sweep for the BJP, got a thumbs up from the markets, the final numbers threw a party in the huddle as the BJP stake claims to form government in the state as being the single largest one. While the Karnataka governor has given 7 days time to the BJP to prove its majority, the Saffron Party's chief ministerial candidate B.S. Yediyurappa has sought more time from the governor to do so. The mood at the BJP headquarters turned somber. The Congress is making every effort to turn its fortunes round. The scenes are not different from the Goa elections when the Congress giving the BJP a taste of its own medicine. Can the BJP turn the tables and another state in its kitty before the 2019 Lok Sabha polls? But do remember the 3 more that will be heading for elections as well. Or will the Congress-JDS alliance sweep away Karnataka from Narendra Modi and Amit Shah's hands?
Just now, we met Governor Anant Kumar, myself, and all our leaders, and because we have got single largest party, and he announced to prove our majority in the assembly. So we have given the representation and we take proper decision.
And now let's tell you what the Congress, led by Ghulam Nabi Azad, had to say. The Congress and JDS seem to have brokered the deal to form the government in Karnataka, and so to say, while the CM's face will be from the JDS, the Congress will get a chance to name the Deputy Chief Minister. JDS has also put forth the condition that Kumaraswamy must complete his Chief Ministerial term. Here's Ghulam Nabi Azad on that.
We have had a telephonic talk, with both Devi Gowda ji and his son Kumaraswamy ji, and they have accepted this, both of them, and JDS, whosoever they will decide, will head the government, and today in the evening, hopefully we will go together and give in writing to the governor to form the government, because both JDS, Congress and some allies put together, as the trends go as of now, it seems to be our number put together are more than BJP. So this has been decided in consultation with both, as the leaders are here, and our central leadership also is in know of this, Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji, and this has been already discussed with the Devi Gowda ji and Kumaraswamy.
We are not here to take lessons from Yediyurappa, who has gone to jail on corruption charges. JDS will form a government, and JDS and the Congress have enough numbers to form a government, and the BJP without number they cannot form a government. If they are allowed to form a government, they will again go in for a Operation Kamala, which is illegal and immoral.
I am here with our independent MLA. Whatever the High Command has taken a decision, we have abided by it. We want a secular government in the Karnataka. We know the numbers. We have accepted the verdict of the people of Karnataka. Mr. Nagesh, who is the MLA, have been now elected as an independent, but he has been supported by the Congress. We didn't have our official candidate there. We supported Mr. Nagesh. He has been with us, and the other MLA is also an ex-congressman. He is also supporting us. So the numbers are right.
Well, there you go. So every stakeholder is staking claim to form the next state government. Let me go across to Supriya Shine for more insights. She tracks all of this so closely, politics that is. Hi, Supriya. Never a dull day when it comes to counting day. Every stakeholder trying to form the government. The governor for now giving 7 days time to the BJP.
Yes, indeed. And for round one is for the BJP then. Of course, this does raise questions on the governor himself, because the precedent in Goa, Manipur and Meghalaya has been that they've invited the post-poll coalition to form the government. This governor decides to take a break from that and invites the single largest party. So, I mean, you know, many questions will be set on whether this is a partisan decision, does he have political affiliations and all of that. Yes, it doesn't miss anybody's eye that the present governor in Karnataka has been a long-term associate of Mr. Modi. In Gujarat, goes back a long way, was as finance minister for 9 years in his 13-year term. But the reality is that as a single largest party, precedent earlier in the Rajiv Gandhi and the Vajpayee era was that the single largest party was invited. So Mr. Yeddi has been given a week's time to prove his majority. The Congress and the JDS getting extremely impatient, because I think till government formation, we are perhaps going to see the dirty underbelly of Indian politics, where ugly money, ugly funds, all kinds of illicit things will happen. You know, resorts will be booked. Already I'm told the Kerala tourism, and its official Kerala tourism angle, has already put out a tweet saying, we invite all Karnataka MLAs to come and spend some time here after the rough and tumble of the Karnataka verdict. So this is, I mean, you know, that's tongue-in-cheek, but the reality is this is what unfolds in Indian politics, most unfortunate as it may be. And why is this happening? Because the Congress is absolutely desperate. We haven't seen the spring in their step for a long time. They're absolutely desperate that this is a humming economy, this is a big bastion for the Congress. They don't want to lose it out. Losing it out will mean that they lose the narrative towards 2019. And for the BJP, it's important because the south of India sends 130 MPs to the Lok Sabha. The BJP has peaked in the cowbelt Bharat. They would want to break into newer bastions, and a foothold in the south where they've tasted success before, like Karnataka, will help him do that. It really will be a case of so near and yet so far for the BJP. Let's see how this unfolds, but both sides doing all it takes to claim victory, to claim power. So while the voting was done and while the verdict is out, I think the war for power and the positioning for power has just about begun.
And stay tuned to ET now for all the twists and turns. We're tracking the developments out of Karnataka very closely. The governor, for now, giving the BJP 7 days' time. The Congress trying to do to BJP what it had to go through in Goa, as well as the Northeast, some other states there. Let me get you some more reactions. Here's my colleague Rituparna Nath, who caught up with Defence Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. I'd like to point out that this interview was done before it emerged that the JDS and the Congress were going to join hands.
It is more the agenda for development in Karnataka. We have, as the Prime Minister during the campaign in Karnataka and the party president in Karnataka, repeatedly, in spite of all the provocation, kept clear that BJP stood for talking about development, talking about the progress for people of Karnataka. They did not fall for all the divisive politics that the Congress was talking about. They did not join in the toxic debate that the Congress tried doing. Very clearly, the people of Karnataka, which very clearly have rejected the Congress's negative politics.
So that's Defence Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. And now let's get to another cabinet minister. Here's Ravi Shankar Prasad, the Law Minister.
Not a referendum per se. It is an increasing recognition of the people of India that Narendra Modi is delivering. The agenda of development is getting completely accepted by the people of India. And yes, today BJP is a pan-India party. From Manipur to Maharashtra, down to Karnataka, from Jammu and Kashmir.
You know, there were a lot of talks about how BJP is an anti-Dalit party, and that was something that was projected by the Congress party. What does it mean for, what does this defeat mean
Not
for
only Congress party, but so-called some of the liberal friends who have pathological hatred against the BJP. Today we have won. We are humble. Just gently telling them, stop the false divisive narrative.
So what does it mean? My last question, and you know, ahead of the 2019 polls, what is going to be the strategy? What is going to be the, how will you galvanize the workers now?
We are winning, we'll keep on winning. It is not arrogance, our humility, hard work, and the trust of the people of India in the BJP and our leader, the Prime Minister.
It is the victory under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. 48 years of the Congress party and 48 months of Bharatiya Janata Party government under the leadership of Narendra Modi ji. people have a lot of expectations. And when there is a comparison between the 48 years of the Congress party and 4 years of BJP, 100% people have no aspiration that BJP will change the future of this country. And the other important thing is, there was lot of anti-incumbency and lot of unrest in the mind of the people against the Karnataka Congress government. It is because of corruption issues. So people are voting against Congress party because of corruption and because of non-performing government of Karnataka. And these people are positively support the attitude, approach and vision of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and BJP, and that is the reason that we are getting this victory.
Sir, talking about the economic and reform agenda that this government has adopted ever since it's come into power, with one more state within the BJP's fold, what would this mean for your reform framework, sir?
This is a clear indication that people by and large supporting all our policies and reforms, and that is the reason that people are supporting us. So it's a positive sign for the government.
As far as 2019 is concerned, sir, do you see a major contest developing between Narendra Modi and Rahul Gandhi, or will it be a contest between BJP versus regional parties, sir?
Actually, Congress party day by day, every election becoming a regional party. They are losing their relevance in national politics. It is really a very, very important thing, a serious thing that Congress should think about it. But as far as BJP is concerned, we are now strong. We have presence all over all part of the country, and people have a lot of expectations, aspirations from BJP, and 100% by considering this election results, we are confident that we will get a good reasonable majority in 19.
This is a people's victory, undoubtedly. They are the ones. This is the new politics of India. That it's the people that not just choose a government once in 5 years, but are directly in charge of which direction that the government needs to take. That is a style of communication that Prime Minister has now created between the country and him. Look at it, 21 states are now with Bharatiya Janata Party. What is the reason behind it? It's because in yesteryears, the Prime Minister was too mute, too silent, too much in control of certain compulsions. But now people see a Prime Minister who's free of all these clutches. This Prime Minister is doing things that every person wants a Prime Minister to do. So there's a direct connect by the work, by the method of governance. Now the second is a direct connect by his social media presence. The Prime Minister being very contemporary, connects with the people through his Mann Ki Baat, through his mobile application. He tells people the work that he's doing, and he wants his officers to go down in the fields, including the ministers, to find how much work has happened. Our philosophy of Antyodaya, which is that Antim Vyakti ki ka uday ho, the last person in the line must get the resources that this country has. Our work in that is now showing results. So yes, it's a people's victory. It's also a phenomenal leadership of Prime Minister Modi, a vision that people see that our Prime Minister has, and also his execution.
Well, there you go. Those are the twists and turns that we've seen through the day. It's a developing story as far as Karnataka goes. And stay tuned to ET now. We're reaching out to the largest and the biggest of political experts to decode every development that is unfolding in the state of Karnataka. The BJP Parliamentary Board meet, incidentally, is scheduled for 7 p.m. So let's see what is decided. Post that, Amit Shah has already sent the Karnataka in chief, Prakash Javadekar, along with Dharmendra Pradhan to Karnataka to take stock of the situation. I'm just going to shift focus away from Karnataka for a bit to get you an ET Now exclusive. We understand from our sources that the world's largest steelmaker, ArcelorMittal, has transferred 7,000 crore rupees, approximately 7,000 crore rupees, into an SBI account. It has done so to gain eligibility to bid and win Essar Steel. Remember, the Committee of Creditors of Essar Steel have flagged off concerns about ArcelorMittal being a related party to other NPAs. Case in point, Uttam Galva as well as KSS Petron. So sources tell me that 7,000 crore rupees has been transferred into an SBI account. It's an escrow account. So it is waiting for instructions, and this is all to pay off the outstanding dues of Uttam Galva as well as KSS Petron. This has been communicated to the Committee of Creditors, and ArcelorMittal has done this to demonstrate its intent and seriousness for the Indian market, and particularly its intention of winning over the asset Essar Steel. It's a massive corporate battle that we have seen that is being waged on for Essar Steel. You have ArcelorMittal on one side. There's also New Metal, which is in the fray. These were the first two that had bid for Essar Steel. The Committee of Creditors had believed that both Arcelor as well as New Metal are ineligible to bid ArcelorMittal because it was a related party and a promoter entities of NPA. So it believed that it should not be taking over Essar. In the case of New Metal, as Revant Ruia was a minority shareholder, creditors were concerned that a member of the Ruia family, the founder of the Essar Group, was finding its way into the asset by bidding for it via New Metal. So it had rejected both of those, and the NCLT had instructed the creditors to consider both bids. But here's LN Mittal putting the money on the table to get eligibility and to also win ArcelorMittal. This is another developing story. What I can also show you is that ArcelorMittal a few minutes back has confirmed to ET now that they indeed have written to the Committee of Creditors over eligibility, but stopped short of saying whether money has indeed been transferred to an SBI account. That's a story we're right on top of here on ET Now. Let's tell you what happened in the markets today. The markets today pretty much mirrored the confusion of the political scenario in Karnataka. So Nifty kicked off the day with stellar gains on the back of the early leads that we had seen of the BJP emerging victorious. In the last 60 to 90 minutes, the market started selling off, and that coincided with the news of the Congress and the JDS joining hands to make sure the BJP doesn't come to power. PSU banking stocks dragged their feet in the last few hours of the session, along with real estate and pharmaceuticals. The star performer today in trade was, however, Tata Steel as well as HUL, which a day after its earnings hit a record high. Here's my colleague Avant Dabaj joining us with the synopsis of today's market action. Hi, Avant.
Today was a choppy and a volatile session for the equity markets. At the beginning of trade, we were gunning for the 11,000 mark. There was exuberance across the board as we were perched comfortably above 10,800 when it was seemingly like a done deal for the BJP emerging triumphant. And then when the BJP was unable to cross the halfway mark, I think that changed the overall sentiment for the equity markets. We raised all of those early morning gains to just about hold on to the 10,800 mark in trade today. The Sensex 2 was up by about 40 points to 35,500, while the broader end of the market seemed very frazzled through the entire trading session. So a severe underperformance for the mid and the small cap indices in trade today. A market breadth that was decisively in favor of the losing side. In fact, let's run you through some of the key drags in the session. Tata Motors bled today. You had SBI, which was down and out. Something like Coal India, Indiabulls Housing Finance, Grasim, Z Entertainment. All of the political uncertainties really seemed to weigh down on some of these stocks in trade today. IOC, Reliance Industries as well were some of the heavyweights that really put pressure on the index. Those that managed to stand out, Tata Steel held out. You had something like Power Grid, Lupin. Despite a weak set of earnings, TCS, Asian Paints was a strong mover in trade, and HUL as well lended a helping hand. There were quite a few newsmakers. You had Lupin, which put out its numbers, and not a very encouraging set, a loss of about 770 odd crore rupees. The US sales were down 20% almost on year, though the management commentary was positive. You had PNB, which bled in today's trading session on the back of its highest quarterly loss ever. In fact, the overall asset quality as well worsened in trade. Some of the other stocks that were in focus, Dr. Lal Path Labs, the commentary in terms of the competitive landscape has improved. Brokerages really seem to be betting on this one. Avenue Supermart saw a smart price volume breakout. Power Grid was active in trade today, included in the MSCI Global Standard Index as well. Some of the other stocks that did manage to stand out in today's trading session included Emphasis on the back of block deals. You Emphasis on the back of block deals.
Avan, thanks so much for joining us with us. That's Dalal Street mirroring the political confusion in Karnataka. We're totally out of time, so we're going to have to wrap up this edition. But don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to ET Now. After the short commercial break, we'll head to Ground Zero to Bengaluru and get you the latest as far as the election saga goes.
High drama in Karnataka as BJP fails to cross the halfway mark. Congress looks for a coup, offers unconditional support to JDS leader Kumaraswamy as new CM. All eyes on Governor Vajubhai Vala as Karnataka results throw up several possibilities. B.S. Yediyurappa meets the governor, seeks more time to prove the BJP's majority. Kumaraswamy and Siddaramaiah also meet the governor. BJP set to win 108 seats as Congress suffers a big setback in coastal Karnataka. The ruling party is seen winning less than 75 seats, even as JDS does better than expected, winning 40 seats. The strong show in Karnataka gives a huge leg up to the BJP in the south ahead of the 2019 general election. The Congress is now left with Punjab, Mizoram and Puducherry. And it's a flat finish for Indian equities as the Karnataka cliffhanger keeps markets on the edge. Both the Sensex and the Nifty end flat after the BJP fails to cross the halfway mark. Welcome to this special show, Battleground Karnataka, that we are bringing to you right outside the majestic Vidhan Sauda in Bengaluru. The battle for Karnataka is for the highest office in the Vidhan Sauda. It's still a battle wide open. Will it be H.D. Kumaraswamy backed by the Congress, or can BJP really take those 2 days or 7 days that they're getting from the Karnataka governor to prove its... Okay, we'll just go across to Randeep Surjewala, who's talking from the Congress party.
इस बारे में आपके और देश के संज्ञान में फिर भी हम 3 तथ्य लेकर आना चाहते हैं। सबसे पहले, पोस्ट पोल कोएलिशन में क्लियर मेजॉरिटी के राजनीतिक दल को सरकार के गठन के लिए बुलाया जाएगा। इसके कई स्पष्ट उदाहरण हैं हाल में ही। गोवा में मार्च 2017 में 40 की विधानसभा में कांग्रेस को लार्जेस्ट पार्टी के तौर पर कांग्रेस इमर्ज हुई, 17 विधायक जीतकर 18 स्टैंड कर। बीजेपी के पास केवल 12 विधायक थे। बाद में एक विधायक स्विच कर गया, इसलिए वो संख्या 13 हो गई। परंतु भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कोएलिशन को, जो पोस्ट पोल कोएलिशन था, गवर्नर ने उस समय इनवाइट किया सरकार बनाने के लिए और मनोहर पार्रिकर जी के नेतृत्व में भाजपा की सरकार बनी। बाकायदा गवर्नर ने यह भी बताया कि उन्होंने इस बारे में कानून विदों और भिन्न भिन्न कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल एक्सपर्ट से राय ली थी, जिनमें अरुण जेटली जी भी शामिल थे। मार्च 2017 में मणिपुर में इसी प्रकार से 60 की असेंबली में कांग्रेस के 28 विधायक जीतकर आए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के 21 विधायक जीतकर आए। पर इसके बावजूद गवर्नर ने पोस्ट पोल कोएलिशन के आधार पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पोस्ट पोल कोएलिशन को सरकार बनाने के लिए आमंत्रित किया और वहां भाजपा की सरकार का गठन हुआ। मार्च 2018 में मेघालय में 60 की असेंबली में कांग्रेस के 21 विधायक जीतकर आए, भाजपा के मात्र 2 विधायक जीतकर आए। परंतु पोस्ट पोल कोएलिशन के आधार पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी और उसके मित्र दलों को सरकार बनाने के लिए गवर्नर द्वारा आमंत्रित किया गया और सिंगल लार्जेस्ट पार्टी कांग्रेस को नहीं। बात केवल यहां भी समाप्त नहीं होती। गोवा में जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पोस्ट पोल कोएलिशन को आमंत्रित किया गया तो इसको बाकायदा चुनौती दी गई कांग्रेस के साथियों के द्वारा इस आधार पर कि एसआर बोमई केस में सिंगल लार्जेस्ट पार्टी को निमंत्रण दिया जाना चाहिए था। जो लाइव रिपोर्टिंग हुई अब उसका रिकॉर्ड उपलब्ध है। मैं आपको कुछ लाइनें पढ़कर सुनाऊंगा और उसकी एक प्रतिलिपि आपको दे रहा हूं। एंड इट सेज द आर्ग्यूमेंट्स बिफोर द बेंच ऑफ चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया जस्टिस J.S. Keher, Justice Ranjan Gogoi and Justice R.K. Agarwal began at 10:30 a.m. and lasted till 12:15. CJI, it is clear from our Arunachal Pradesh judgment that governor has a discretion in situations like this. मुख्य न्यायाधीश उस अपने अरुणाचल प्रदेश के निर्णय का हवाला दे रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि उसके मुताबिक गवर्नर को यह डिस्क्रिप्शन है कि वो पोस्ट पोल कोएलिशन को बुलाएं। जस्टिस गोगोई टू अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी, you did not demonstrate to the governor that you have the numbers. Convention of inviting single largest party is subject to numbers. Then CJI, there is no question of more stable government. If one has the numbers, यानी जिसके पास पोस्ट पोल कोएलिशन में संख्या है वही सरकार बनाएगा। हरीश साल्वे जी जो अब सेलेक्टेड Our 21 MLAs are with us. If government falls, only then immediate floor test is necessary. और जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने निर्णय किया उसके पैरा 3 में उन्होंने ये स्पष्ट कर दिया कि अगर पोस्ट पोल कोएलिशन के पास क्लियर नंबर्स हैं तो वो सही है। एंड आई कोट, it is not a matter of dispute that the result of the electoral process in the state of Goa was declared on 11th March 2017. The said assembly comprises of 40 elected members. The party having support of at least 21 elected members would obviously have majority. Annexure B reveals that besides the 13 elected members from the BJP legislative party, 3 members from the Maharashtravadi Gomtak party and another 3 members from the Goa Forward party have expressed their support to the BJP legislature party. Besides the above, 2 elected independent members have also been mentioned in the letter of the governor Annexure B as having expressed their allegiance to the BJP legislature party. It is therefore that the BJP legislature party is shown to have the support of 21 MLAs. This is the Supreme Court for you, and this is the Supreme Court as early as on March 14, 2017. इसलिए एक बात स्पष्ट है कि अगर पोस्ट पोल कोएलिशन के पास मेजॉरिटी स्पष्ट तौर से है तो संविधान और कानून की परिपाटी केवल एक बात कहती है कि उस पोस्ट पोल कोएलिशन को सरकार बनाने के लिए निमंत्रण देने के अलावा कोई और संवैधानिक या कानूनी चारा नहीं। और वो सारे कानूनविद जो इस सरकार का हिस्सा भी हैं और इस सरकार के कॉन्शियंस कीपर हैं, उन्होंने भी जो कहा था, मैं उसकी एक प्रतिलिपि भी दे रहा हूं इस सुप्रीम कोर्ट की जजमेंट के साथ साथ। 13/3/2017 को माननीय अरुण जेटली साहब ने, जो सरकार के कानूनी सलाहकार भी हैं और प्रधानमंत्री जी के, उन्होंने कहा इन ए हंग असेंबली इफ मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द इलेक्टेड
You heard out the Congress leadership there really talking about the precedents in such a scenario. We still do not know what's going to happen. Remember, all the key leaders have made visits to Raj Bhavan in quick succession. from B.S. Yediyurappa of the BJP to H.D. Kumaraswamy of the JDS to, of course, Siddaramaiah, the previous Chief Minister of Karnataka. Now, while the JDS and Congress have shown letters of support saying that they are backing each other and that H.D. Kumaraswamy will be Chief Minister, the BJP has sought more time from the governor. We really have to wait and see if they can cobble up the numbers necessary, because it's important to remember here that the HDK and the Congress, the JDS and the Congress already has support from the two independent MLAs as well. So the next few days are going to be a cliffhanger in Karnataka for sure, the nail-biting finish that all of us are waiting for. But let's also listen in to what the BJP leader Yediyurappa said earlier in the day. We also got to hear from Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad on their plans to form a government in Karnataka in coalition with the JDS. Let's listen in to what both these leaders had to say.
Just now, we met Governor Anant Kumar, myself, and all our leaders, and because we have got single largest party, and he announced to prove our majority in the assembly. So we have given the representation and we take proper decision.
We have had a telephonic talk with both Devi Gowda ji and his son Kumaraswamy ji, and they have accepted this, both of them, and JDS, whosoever they will decide, will head the government, and today in the evening, hopefully we will go together and give in writing to the governor to form the government, because both JDS, Congress and some allies put together, as the trends go as of now, it seems to be our number put together are more than BJP. So this has been decided in consultation with both, as the leaders are here, and our central leadership also is in know of this, Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji, and this has been already discussed with the Devi Gowda ji and Kumaraswamy.
We are not here to take lessons from Yediyurappa, who has gone to jail on corruption charges. JDS will form a government, and JDS and the Congress have enough numbers to form a government, and the BJP without number they cannot form a government. If they are allowed to form a government, they will again go in for a Operation Kamala, which is illegal and immoral.
You heard out leaders from different parties taking their claim to form the government in Karnataka. But what does the Karnataka verdict mean for national politics? What does it mean for BJP and Congress as the 2019 elections are set to go on stream? More on that after this break. special show Battleground Karnataka right outside the Vidhan Sauda in Bengaluru. Now, what are the likely scenarios that will play out here, considering there are two parties jostling for the highest post in the state? What will the governor's prerogatives be? Our executive editor Supriya Srinath joins us with the likely scenarios that will play out in Karnataka over the next few days.
Yes, indeed. And for round one is for the BJP then. Of course, this does raise questions on the governor himself, because the precedent in Goa, Manipur and Meghalaya has been that they've invited the post-poll coalition to form the government. This governor decides to take a break from that and invites the single largest party. So, I mean, you know, many questions will be set on whether this is a partisan decision, does he have political affiliations and all of that. Yes, it doesn't miss anybody's eye that the present governor in Karnataka has been a long-term associate of Mr. Modi in Gujarat, goes back a long way, was as finance minister for 9 years in his 13-year term. But the reality is that as a single largest party, precedent earlier in the Rajiv Gandhi and the Vajpayee era was that the single largest party was invited. So Mr. Yeddi has been given a week's time to prove his majority. The Congress and the JDS getting extremely impatient, because I think till government formation, we are perhaps going to see the dirty underbelly of Indian politics, where ugly money, ugly funds, all kinds of illicit things will happen. You know, resorts will be booked. Already I'm told the Kerala tourism, and it's an official Kerala tourism angle, has already put out a tweet saying, we invite all Karnataka MLAs to come and spend some time here after the rough and tumble of the Karnataka verdict. So this is, I mean, you know, that's tongue in cheek, but the reality is this is what unfolds in Indian politics, most unfortunate as it may be. And why is this happening? Because the Congress is absolutely desperate. We haven't seen the spring in their step for a long time. They're absolutely desperate that this is a humming economy. This is a big bastion for the Congress. They don't want to lose it out. Losing it out will mean that they lose the narrative towards 2019. And for the BJP, it's important because the south of India sends 130 MPs to the Lok Sabha. The BJP has peaked in the cowbelt Bharat. They would want to break into newer bastions, and a foothold in the south where they've tasted success before, like Karnataka, will help him do that. It really will be a case of so near and yet so far for the BJP. Let's see how this unfolds. But both sides doing all it takes to claim victory, to claim power. So while the voting was done and while the verdict is out, I think the